If y'all do, give me a thumbs up because I got my headset in and I don't know what it's going to do. If not, I'll probably have to go. Yeah, I have a great signal here. I got like nine. Yeah, I have a great signal here. I got like 9 bars and it's still trying to reconnect me. Let's try to change up spots again. We're going to try to change up spots and see if I can stay connected now. Alrighty. Alrighty. So, alright, y'all. Let's see if it'll let me stay connected now. Can anybody hear me? If they do, let me know because I got a headset in. That might be what's causing the problem. I'm seeing no comments. Alright, I see comments now. Yeah, if anybody can hear me, let me know. Oh, cool. Thank you. Thanks, Willie. I don't know what this phone's doing. I don't have no clue what's going on with it. It's acting like a piece of junk. I got 5 bars and it still don't want to pick up. So now give me a second. I got to rearrange all my stuff because, of course, as you see, I was set up down here. But every time I moved, it said reconnected. So give me a second. We got all my stuff set up. We got a weird night going on, y'all. Weird night. Sorry, y'all. I ain't trying to blind y'all. I'm trying to move my gear. All right. We should be good now. Even though we got a barge coming through right now, so go figure. Go figure. Oh, man. Hog leg, what's up? Thank you. Willie, thank you for coming in. Yeah, it's acting fine now. I don't know what it was doing. It did it like 6 times. Now, once this barge goes by and stops making all this noise, y'all will hear some crazy stuff. If I didn't know any better, I would swear up and down somebody has a gill net about 40 yards off the bank. 30 yards, actually. The reason why I say that is all night I've had big fish splashing, non-stop, hundreds of them. They're all in almost like a straight line where they're hopping out and making all this racket. I'm casted out into that area. I've only had 2 bites, 2 little nibbles. Small Pepper, how's it going? I've only had, well, I had 2 takedowns and 2 nibbles is all I've had. They haven't been hitting much of anything. But I keep on casting out in that area. I'm not catching anything. There goes one right there. I don't know if y'all heard that splash or not. Y'all will hear it splash, trust me. It is loud. Now, I was 30 or 40 yards down this direction at my normal hole, where I normally fish at. Probably about 40 yards, 50 yards from my flathead hole. Unfortunately for me, I can't get to it. Jesse, how's it going? I can't get to my flathead hole because y'all probably can't see it right there. But right there at that tree base is a big mudslide. If I was to try to go that direction any further, well, I don't think I'd make it, especially with my cart. So I went down as far as I could this direction. But the fish activity, I'm talking, these fish are 20, 30 pounds easily. And they're all 25, 30 foot off the bank, or 25 to 30 yards off the bank, I should say. And they just keep splashing all night. They have not stopped. Van, what is up? I'm not sure if it's like spoonbill or what, but yeah, I figured we'd give it a shot. Tonight I got my green rod. Y'all remember my blue rod I usually use, my Muddy River rod. Blue lights went out on it last time I come out, so I had to change it over to green. So the green and the orange, that splash right there, I know y'all heard that. That green and that orange are my Muddy River flathead rods, and of course this is my little bait rod, my B&M Silver Cat. Normally, here lately, it's been catching all the fish. Alright, small pepper. Normally, it's the one catching all the fish. Tonight, it's only had one small takedown. Yeah, I know it, Willie, and I'm wondering because I've seen people catch spoonbill before, and I've had a few hits on that orange rod. That orange rod actually had a good takedown. Robert, how's it going? That orange rod had a real good takedown earlier, and I got a live bluegill. I'm running a live bluegill on the green rod. Well, it's a green sunfish is what it is. I got a live green sunfish on the green rod. On the orange rod, I got a piece of cut bait, and I got a piece of night crawler on this purple rod. I've got the live green sunfish cast as close to my flathead hole as I can. Now, when I was down this other side down here earlier, something smashed that green rod. I'm talking smashed it. It almost pulled my rod holder out of the ground. Now, granted, all right, thank you. Thank you, small pepper. Oh yeah, they're good looking rods. They look better when they bend over though. That's the problem. They gotta bend over a little bit. But yeah, I mean, it's been pretty active tonight. I mean, like I said, I haven't had much bites. I wasn't even gonna go live. I was just gonna shoot video. But man, I've been out here listening to these fish jump all night. I mean, I've been out here for about 2 or 3 hours, and I've heard them jump all night. And I'm like, man, this is ridiculous. Somebody's got to hear that because it's just insanity. Right now, the barges are killing me also. Now, I usually get barge bites, but the problem with this is you only get barge bites when the water's calm, and you only get a barge every few hours. Tonight, I've had close to 45 to 50 barges come through here. It has been insane. And the fish are active enough right now moving around. We don't need the barges to wake them up. Also, I don't know if it's going to do it again. I don't know what caused it. My wife called me. I was down here for less than a half an hour. My wife called me. She goes, "Did you hear that boom?" I'm like, "Yes, I did." Now, granted, I live 4 blocks behind me. Okay, if I go up the hill, 4 blocks is where I live at. She heard a loud boom. I heard that same boom, and it sounded like it was underwater. I was sitting here talking to her on the phone, and this wave come from out of nowhere. There was no boats, no barges, nowhere. I hadn't seen one in 30 minutes. And it's like this big wave, almost 4 to 5 foot wave, come just rolling up on the bank. I had to jump back. I had to grab my camera. That splash y'all just heard was a fish. I had to grab my camera and jump back this way because the water comes so far up. I mean, I had 4 foot waves, and the whole ground shook. I don't know what it was. But ever since then, these fish have not stopped moving. But they haven't been biting on anything either. All right, Hogleg. You should be going live here in a little bit, either you or Half Century. Now, I did bring a special bait with me tonight, y'all. I forgot all about it till I was moving. I brought pork chop. That's what I'm thinking too, Robert. That's exactly what I was thinking. Willie, I hope so. If that's the case, I tell you what, I've done heard about 80 of them tonight. No exaggeration, and I put this on everything, and y'all know I don't lie about anything anyway. I put this on everything. When this barge goes by and it quiets down here, I'm going to stop talking. Y'all will hear these fish. They're less than 30 yards out. They're the size of me, and they're coming up to the top and splashing. And the bad thing about it is I don't know. It seems like there's a gill net or something out there. And the reason why I say that is they're all staying in a straight line. Just a straight line in the same area, all the way down this bank. Now, I haven't hooked into it yet, but I can promise you, if I hook into a gill net out there, I'm going to post a video that y'all are going to get a kick out of. Because I can't stand these commercial fishermen, for one. Two, as far as I'm aware, you're not allowed to use a gill net in Kentucky in the Ohio River. Even commercial fishermen are not allowed to use them. They got another net that they use. They're not allowed to set up a gill net and leave it. Well, there's no commercial boats around, so they would have had to set it up and leave it. So I will swim in this water. I'll wait till sunrise. I will swim in this water. I will get a hold of that net. I will pull it up this way as far as I can. I will let as many fish free as I can. One right just got smacked. I will let as many fish free as I can, and I'm going to cut that net up. I will cut that net into 100 little pieces. And I'll record the whole thing. Well, y'all probably get to see in small video because my GoPro that I wear on my chest is not waterproof. None of my gear is waterproof, so I'd have to put the camera right here on the bank and face the river. But I can promise you right now, I will go out there. I grew up swimming in this river. I'm not scared of it. Now I can promise you right now, them big old fish, as big as they are out there rolling around, they have had me nervous all night because you're starting to get bull sharks everywhere you can imagine. It's not unlikely that they couldn't make it down this far. You know, we've had bait fish jump out like crazy too. I'm gonna give this night crawler about another 20 minutes, y'all. Give it about 20 minutes. I've had it out. I just put a fresh one on here right before I went live. It hasn't even got a nibble on. Well, I got one nibble on it earlier. Hasn't been getting nibbles all night. So I don't know if Nightcrawler's gonna be bait tonight. Robert, I'm on the Ohio River, and I'm down here by Louisville, Kentucky. I'm closer towards Brandenburg area. I'm in between Brandenburg and downtown Louisville. Man, I hate these barges. I'm glad the bugs died down. Y'all should have seen the bugs when I first come out here. It was just insanity. Here comes the loud noise, y'all. Give it a few seconds, it'll calm down and get quieter. That's the first time I've used this headset, so if I start talking too loud, please let me know, because I don't want to scream in anybody's ear. Yeah, Jesse, I didn't get to make it down to that one. The first one I got to go to was this year. That was the first one I got to go to. I was so excited. I took more pictures in there than I can imagine. It was like I was like a kid in a candy store. I won't miss another one, I can promise you that now. Because I'm 25 minutes, actually I'm 19 minutes from CatCon. It literally takes me 19 minutes to get there. Yeah, the only thing bad about CatCon, them having it in February, I wish they had it, more this time of the year, like August or something, because you have everybody come down from out of state. We had Epic, we had Brian B, Half-Life, we had everybody come down this year from out of state. You had, 200 people show up. But that time of the year, the river's so high, the river's so flooded you can't fish it. There's no spot to fish it. There's nothing worse than coming all the way to a place that sells catfish gear and meeting everybody, and the locals know where all the fish are at, but the water's too high. There's nothing worse than that. Sean and Catfish Heroes, Sean and Tim from Epic Catfish was talking about going fishing while they was down here, but they couldn't find a spot. See, I don't know where the Licking River is at, Dobson. I have no clue where that's at, buddy. Of course, I don't travel much because I don't have much of a vehicle. I've got an old beat-up 99 Dodge Grand Caravan. I'm gonna flip this mic up because I'm afraid I'm screaming in y'all's ears. Yeah, I got a 99 Dodge Grand Caravan that's beat to crap. We don't take it nowhere. Pretty bad we got 4 vehicles, 5 counting my motorcycle, and can't take none of them nowhere besides the caravan. That caravan is the only one we can take out anywhere. I got a 2008 PT Cruiser sitting in my garage, been sitting there for a year now, or close to a year now. My wife's got a 02 Hyundai XG350 luxury car sitting in the driveway. I've got a 99 Mountaineer monster truck sitting in my driveway. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I've only made it down that way one time, Willie. When me and Van went down to do that tournament, the couch tournament, we wound up going to Covington. I think it was Covington. I'm not sure. That was an hour and 10-minute trip for me. No, I'm sorry, it wasn't Covington, it was Carrollton. Yeah. I wish this water would hurt and calm down, y'all. I want to change this bait out. I'm debating on putting a piece of pork chop out. Pork chop can't catch a fish himself. Yeah, J-Dog fishes the Licking River a lot, and they mill fish down there. They're always getting fish down there. The purple rod just bounced, but I don't know if it's the current that made it bounce or if it's a fish. Surely it ain't a fish because I got the smallest hook known to man on that thing rod. I got that rod set up for carp. It's literally got a size 3. Not a 3/0, a size 3 carp circle hook that's this big. Last weekend I caught last time I was out here, I wound up catching about a third of a pound channel cat. I mean, he was literally the size of my thumb on that hook. So yeah, if he can get that in his mouth, I mean, I can catch skipjack. I've caught skipjack and everything else on that small hook. Alright, well, I'm going to try the pork fat that I took off the pork steaks. Pepper, yeah, I've had, not since I've been live. I just had the purple rods bounce a little bit, but I don't know if it was the current or not, the waves from the bars. I'm going to give it about 4 or 5 minutes. If it don't commit, I'm going to change it out and put some pork fat on there I got. Some cooked pork fat. I mean, you got to try all your options. You never know what it is out there jumping around and moving. So, it may be something that wants pork fat. Now, I tell you what, I have caught a lot of them on steak fat. When I go buy my steaks, a lot of them have a lot of fat on them. All right, thank you, Robert. When I buy my steaks, I usually buy when I can afford to buy a steak, I buy the big ones. Like the ribeyes, and they got like big chunks of fat on the edge of them. And I'll cook it up, eat around it, pull the fat off, eat everything. And I'll put all that fat in a baggie and I'll put it in the freezer. It's got the A1 and everything else on it. I tell you what, I've caught probably 45 to 50 fish on that. On just steak fat. Now, I didn't put anything besides the seasonings on this pork fat, but, you never know. Maybe I'll catch a carp or something. It'd be nice to catch about a 2-pound carp. Be some great, I'd have some more bait. But I mean, my bait's fresh. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. It don't get much fresher than what I got. Ribeye steak video. I'm gonna go watch that, Jesse. But yeah, the bait I got can't be no fresher. When I got them down here, they were still kicking. They were still swimming around in the bucket. I didn't have my aerator or nothing because I had so much gear in there I couldn't put my aerator in there. But I had, they were still alive. I got one that's on that green rod that's still out there swimming. The rest of them died on me, unfortunately, but they've only been dead for less than 2 hours, so they don't get much fresher than that. And one of them was still alive and kicking when he met the wall. I'll tell you right now, if I catch that net, Willie, I can promise you right now, that will be the video posted sometime tomorrow of me swimming out there cutting that dang net up. I'm not even playing, I will cut it up. They'll come through here tomorrow and be mad. Make sure my phone's charging. And of course, I'm glad I checked because my phone done stopped charging. We'd be in this live for maybe 25 minutes and it would have ended. Is it my cord? Oh, that's what it was, my cord. All right, my cord come out. Okay, cool. Just checking. All right, get up. Gotta get up and look around, check my surroundings. Earlier when I was way down that way, I was looking down this way and had eye shine right there on the bank. And I got some deer coming through here right now. I've got a lot of deer that hang out in this area. And yeah, I tell you what, there's big rut marks all the way through these woods right here and through this bank. and everything else. These big paw or hoof prints this big running up and down this bank. And I don't want to be out here in the middle of them. Startle one of them, have it charge me. Wouldn't be too much fun. Alright, I'm gonna pull this purple rod in, y'all. Change out the bait on it real quick and see if we can do anything. So far, the only nibbles I've had, like I said, all night was on the orange rod with cut bluegill. So I'm wondering if that's what I should do, if I should take that live one off there. I'd love to leave it on there because it's casted out towards my flathead hole. So I'd rather leave it on there just to see if there's any big flatties out moving around. Oh, speaking of that, something just smacked it. Like I said, something just smacked it, y'all. I'm on the bait. That's on that live bluegill, y'all. That's that live bluegill. Right when I said something about cutting that bluegill up, something smacked it. I'm gonna stay out of the camera. Oh crap! I'm sitting on a shelf ledge, and the shelf keeps on breaking off every time I step on it. I'm gonna walk over here for a second, stay out of the light. Stay out of the camera view, and get my baits and stuff ready to go. So y'all can see that rod just in case it does take off. But yeah, the second I said something about cutting that bluegill up and putting cut bait on there, something smacked it. Gotta get the bait ready. Give me a piece of bait ready before I roll that in. I might even warm it up, y'all. Make sure it's real nice and greasy. Real nice and greasy. All right. Big old chunk of that fat. They ain't even touched that night crawler. Don't even look like it's been nibbled on. Complete whole night crawler still. That's pretty sad. Out here normally by now, night crawler would only last a few seconds. All right, let's throw this pork fat out here. Get a little piece of pork chop out there. See what happens. If he can't fish worth a lick, maybe he'll be good bait. The heck is that? That threw me off. I stopped my cast, y'all. Some big floating, almost look like a cat or something, or a dog floating down the river. But it don't look alive. It's on top, just floating. And yeah, I stopped, slowed my cast down the way to go out that far. I just smashed that orange rod. They smashed it. They smacked it. Maybe they're gonna wake up, y'all. Maybe they're gonna wake up. Look like they did turn the current up. The current does seem like it's gonna pick up a little bit. Maybe the fish will be moving back over here. That orange rod just got hit, so I had a small tap on that green rod. So And I looked to make sure it wasn't that thing floating through. It hit the orange line, but it was way past. JP3, how's it going? Hope we get some fish for you, brother. All the way from Oklahoma. Oh man, we're running on the green rod. If you went in here earlier, on the green rod, I got a live green sunfish. On the orange rod, I got a piece of cut bluegill center section, and I just put a piece of poke pack on the purple rod. See if pork chop can do any good. He can't catch a fish worth crap, so let's see if the bait works. I can't read the name. I see Chris watching from England. Well, thank you, sir. Now, as soon as this water calms down, y'all, I bet y'all start hearing them big fish again. Y'all will hear them splashing. I'm telling you, if I didn't know any better, I would swear up and down there's a gill net out there. There might be. If there's like I said, if there's a gill net, I will be swimming out in the morning, and I will be going out there and cutting it. We're not allowed to have gill nets in the Ohio River as far as I'm aware. So it won't be out there for long. I haven't snagged into it yet. We'll find out. Oh, and just a heads up for anybody that's out looking for a light, I have a rechargeable, I'm using a rechargeable Gabriel light tonight is what I've got. It's made by Gabriel. It's a rechargeable camping light, little round LED lamp, remote control. It's a super bright light. If I light it up right now, it will change the whole mood of everything. Aaron, how's it going? All right, Aaron. But yeah, it's kind of bright, but it says it will run on low for 12 hours. On high, you're supposed to, actually, no, I'm sorry, I take that back. I think the box said 12 hours on high, 72 hours on low. Don't believe that hype. I've been down here less than 3 hours tonight. Well, I've been live for 34 minutes. So I've been out here less than less than 3 hours, because I was down here for 2 hours before I went live. And I already had to put a power bank on it to charge it up. It was so weak it wouldn't light up much. It's starting to get brighter now since I put the power bank on there, but I've got it charging right now. I wish I could get to my flathead hole, which is about 40 yards further down, but I know for a fact I can't make it down there. The other issue I have is once I get down there, the hill to go up from my flathead hole is so steep and so messed up, it's almost impossible for me to get my cart up there. So I would probably have to travel back down here to take the cart in 40 yards this direction. So I'm just going to stay in the center, in between the two of them. I started off in my spot where I normally fish. Got a couple nibbles. Moved down here, got about the same amount of nibbles. So I guess it really don't matter. When I moved down to this part, we had more fish activity down here than I did at the other side. So I figured, 35, 40 yard move ain't much, but it might be all it takes. And I'm also casting out this direction because the current's going this way. So we'll see what happens. I don't know what that splashing noise is, y'all. Now, please tell me y'all heard that splash. Please tell me y'all heard that splash. And it caused waves when it splashed. There was something down here towards my right making that noise up right by the bank. And that's why I went to look, and then it splashed right in front of us. And it caused waves when it come up. Yeah, like I said, y'all should be able to hear these splashes tonight. They're going to be loud. I don't know what kind of fish they are. So far, they haven't went after anything that I've got. And these mysterious waves that are coming from nowhere. The water had done calmed down from that barge. Now we're getting waves from nowhere again. I don't know. It's been a weird night, y'all. I'm hoping we get on at least one or two, though. Don't know what is going on, y'all. Oh, sorry if I missed Valerie. I'm sorry I missed you. Jeff Elser, how's it going? Sorry I missed y'all. My dang chat stopped rolling. JP3, no, I ain't had no luck on any shrimp. I've tried shrimp before. Down here in the river, I haven't had any luck on it. Now I have had luck on it in the stock lakes, but down here in the river, I haven't had much luck on it. Jeff, I'm down here. You know the spot you normally see me fish in, and then the spot I've been fishing, which is my flathead hole. My flathead hole is about 40 yards this direction, and my spot's about 30 yards this direction. I'm dead center of it right now because we've had the strangest night ever known to man. Valerie, we've had a couple little nibbles, that's it. But I swear to y'all, I do believe. Nets, how's it going? I do believe. I haven't hooked into it yet, but everything seems like they've got a dang gill net out here in front of me. When this water calms down completely, you will hear massive fish jump out of the water right in front of us. And I mean, to the point they sound like dolphins, they're so loud. But they're all in one straight line going down, and they'll do it all the way down the bank. And if I cast out a certain distance and I hit the water, it's like it touches something and they all go crazy. So I don't know if there's a gill net out there or somebody's got some kind of drop lines out there and I'm hitting them. I haven't hung into them yet, but I'm hitting something. And I done told everybody in the chat, as far as I'm aware, I will check up the rules and regulations, but as far as I'm aware, commercial fishermen are not allowed to use gill nets in Kentucky in the Ohio River. And they're definitely not allowed to use any nets that are not being watched at all times. They can't just set a net and leave. They've got to be there watching it. There's no boats around. For a 5-mile stretch, there's no boats around. So if I hook into a gill net tonight, first thing in the morning, I'm going to stay out here all night if I have to. First thing in the morning, I'm turning this camera, I'm facing that direction. I'm taking a swim, and I'm going to go out there and grab that gill net. I'm going to pull that net in, free as many fish as I can free, and I'm gonna take my bait knife up here, and I'm gonna make Swiss cheese out of that gill net. See, we got Jeff, if you ever decide to walk down here, let me know, brother, because there's easier paths to come down. My spot is a lot easier to come down. Don't try to come down behind Lennon's. If you do, it's a nightmare. You're not getting back up that hill. That's the issue. That's right there behind my flathead hole. Did y'all hear that splash? That's what I'm talking about, right in front of us. That's right behind my, right above my flathead hole. And that's the hill I can't make it up with my cart. Team David, how's it going? Thanks for coming in. I can't make it up that hill with my cart. Cannot. Now, my spot where I come down, you can walk down. Yeah. Where the flood wall is the hardest part. But where I walk down at over here, down this mud bank or the sand bank, I rode my cart down it today one-handed like this, talking on the phone, on video call. So it's not as bad. But if you try to go down in that area behind Lennon's, oh, you can give that up. Give that up. Let's see here. Yeah, a lot of people used to do that here too. JP3 used to put dog food out there to draw them in. I've never had to chum the water or anything. I've always, in this area, and the Ohio River is dead. It's nothing like it used to be. 25, 30 years ago, the Ohio River was just like the Potomac. I could cast out and have a fish every 20 minutes. I know, I've done it. Oh, orange rod's getting smacked. Just baby taps, though. It's just like barely doing this number. But yeah, I mean, 20, 30 years ago, I'd come out here and I'd catch a fish every 20 minutes. A lot of them being decent sized fish. But because of all the commercial, now I'm smacking the green rod again. I wish they'd go ahead and take that bluegate sunfish, but that's probably a flatty. Let me check and make sure I ain't got nothing. There ain't nothing floating down the river. So whatever it is, something biting on it. Cool. But yeah, nowadays it's like you come out and you have 4 or 5 fish a night, and it's a good night. It can be a real good night, 4 or 5 fish. Most areas you'll be lucky to catch 2 fish a night. Now this spot that I come to right here, well, I'm usually 30 yards that way or 30 or 40 yards this way, but this area right here happens to have a higher fish concentration, or it did, and that might be why they have the gill net out there, which I should say it's probably a gill net. Oh, purple rock getting tapped. That's that pork fat, y'all. Green rod getting smacked again too. See, all the rods are getting jiggles. They're getting baby jiggles, but nothing major. I don't even know if y'all can see. Y'all should be able to see them rods move. Y'all should be able to see them rods move in there. But yeah, they're just getting barely, just a very small tug like this, and then let off of. But that's good though. I'll take that because at least it's bites, and at least it's all 3 rods going different times. It's like the orange rod went, then the green rod went, and then the purple rod went. Well, the current's going this way, so it can't be them crossing each other, because guess what? They wouldn't be able to do that. And it couldn't be a fish going down the line tasting everything, because they would have got to the end and had to come all the way back. And I'm running an 8-ounce. Did y'all hear it splash? Yeah, they're already out here splashing again. I am running 8 ounces of lead on the orange rod and the green rod. There's no way that 8 ounces of lead, that bluegill is going to move at 8 ounces of lead. There's no way. Really, Jeff, that sounds cool. Like a great day. Now, y'all hearing the fish splash in the background? When I wasn't talking, they're starting to splash again and get active. Like that. They are going insane out here. I don't know what they are. I can't see them. Even if I turn my headlamp on, I can't see them. But they are going crazy. But it's like they're in a straight line. Same distance out all the way down the river. And I just so happen to be casted along that straight line. I thought it was gar JB3, but you know what? I've never seen a gar up here. I've never seen a gar in this area. And I do catch a lot of gar in the river, and I love catching gar. Yeah, they're going insane. And some of these fish are almost the size of me. I mean, literally, you'll hear one. Y'all hear that? Now, that's what's got me confused, like it's a gill net, because you got one here that did it, one here, and then one here. All in a straight line at the same time. It makes no sense. It's like they got a dang gill net or something now. I hope I'm wrong. I hope it's just a fish moving around the channel right there, because there is a channel out there. And I'm hoping that's what it is. And they're just not hungry yet, and they'll start picking up here in a little bit. But, you know, I want to make sure. Yeah, what I was saying, JP3, I love catching gar. Me and my brother are gar fishermen. Catfish and gar is our two favorite species to catch. And I tell you what, I've only seen one gar down here, and it was dead. Now, if I go around the docks or anything like that, anywhere where there's a lot of light, we have gar. See, the gar here, for some reason, we never catch them in places like this, because this is a dark, dark back alley waterway. There is no light whatsoever on the water here for miles. I mean, if I turn off this light, you cannot see in front of you. Literally, you can't see 2 foot in front of you, 2 inches in front of you. I can hold my hand just like this and turn this light off and can't see my fingers. It's that dark out here. And it stays that way. That's why I try to keep these lights as low as I can, because when I've got the light turned on, I don't usually get bites down here. The whole reason why I started putting the lights on my rods is so I can see them at night. Because, you know, if I can't run too much light, it's like right now my ring light's at the lowest setting. Don't want to see your beaver. We got a bunch of those down here too. Bunch of beaver. But that ain't beaver. We can't have that. We got a bunch of them down here, but not that many. But yeah, this spot stays dark. Right now I've got my ring light on the lowest setting. I got my other light off. The only light I have out here is the ring light and these the glow rods. Other than that, there's no light out here. Now, if we get a fish, I will turn the light on to where y'all can see things better. I might even move the camera, since I've got it all set up tonight, to where I can actually lift up the whole tripod and move it, because I've actually got somewhat flat bank out here. It looks like a beach out here right now. Seriously. During the daytime, you would think you're walking on a beach, because it's what it is. It's a beach. It's all big sand flat. Oh, orange rod, y'all. Orange rod. I know for a fact that was a hit. But yeah, this is all just big, giant sand flat. So we're on a beach right here. And the water's down real low right now. With it being this low, as low as it is, it's part of the problem, because I don't like fishing it when it's this low. Because that means when I go out, I'd have to cast out at least 40, 50 yards to get in water past 8 foot deep, 10 foot deep. But Also, anybody that's been watching my channel for any amount of time, even though you couldn't see it very well because there wasn't no lights out here that night, because I didn't have zero lights with me that night. The first video I ever posted, that 39 pounder I caught, which was probably pushing 50, because I had 40-pound scales and didn't know it. I thought they was 50-pound scales. I'm sitting out here in the dark trying to hold these scales up, and I seen it bounce about 39 pounds. I said 39 pounds. Got home and realized that it stretched out the scales. The scales read 14 pounds, about 14 pounds when you ain't got nothing on them. So it's close to 50 pounds was caught in this exact location where I'm at now. The bluegill spot where I was catching bluegill, right down the street here, right there off of Ashby. Literally right there off of Ashby. It's a little roadside drainage ditch, overflow. And that creek, I was going to do a video, but I try to keep the drama down. I try not to be a drama-fied channel. I don't want to get popular for being known as the guy that complains about everything, which I already do anyway. But I don't want to be that guy. But I was down there, G-Style, what's up? I was down there the other day, and we have a 15 fish, well, it's 20 fish for green sunfish and for bluegill. It's 20 for green sunfish, 15 for bluegill on the daily limit. See, like, they're right out there in front of me doing this. But, I mean, they're so close I could probably swim out there and grab one of them and find out what it is. If I don't get one on a hook, I might do that. But I was down there in my creek the other day, and I watched a guy come down there, and he was pulling them off the beds, which I hate anyway, because they're on the bed for a reason, to repopulate. He caught about 50. He put them in a bucket. Him and his buddy was down there. He left, took the bucket home, emptied it, and then as soon as he emptied it, he come back down with 2 other people. I watched him catch about 200 bluegill that day off the beds and took every one of them. I mean, I wanted to, you know, I wanted to share some lead with them. They made me that mad, but you know, it's not worth it. I could call Fish and Wildlife, but Fish and Wildlife here in Kentucky is a joke. They are the biggest joke known to man. That's why I said if there's a gill net out there somewhere, I will go out there and cut it up, even if they have a right to put it out there. Because in Kentucky, thanks to Steve Douglas and a few other people that help with regulations, these commercial fishermen are no longer allowed to take these big fish. I don't know what the size limit is. I think it's 30 pounds plus. Anything that big must be released back into the water immediately. They're not doing that. I've been at a boat ramp and watched them pull their boat out and have 50s and 60s in that boat, and the game warden be down there with them, watch them pull them out, and be sitting there laughing and giggling with them. So they won't do anything. So it's not even worth me wasting my time. No, I didn't know we only got one for our area anymore, but we had about 20 at one point in time. You hear them out there? They're everywhere out there. There's hundreds of them. And they're all in one little area, and they're stuck. I wish I would have brought my other rod with me. I really wish I would have brought my other rod with me. Because my other rod, did y'all hear that one? 20 foot off the bank. And he's in that, or 30 yards, or 30 foot off the bank. He's right there in that same channel where all of them are splashing, and it's like they're stuck towards the top. I'm about tempted to cast out, and right there too. That was a lot closer. That was 10 foot off the bank, y'all. Literally 10 foot off the bank. So some of them are coming in real close. So maybe I ought to pull my lines in closer. I mean, I don't have them out real far anyway, but Maybe I should pull them in a little bit closer if they're coming in that close. I don't know. That orange rod done got hit twice, so I really don't want to move it. I mean, they're out there going ham, y'all. They're out there going ham. Now I ain't caught one yet. Steve Locke, how's it going, brother? Yeah, I ain't got one yet, Jesse. But if I'm quiet for more than 30 seconds, y'all will hear one of the massive ones jump out here. They're moving around like crazy. See, that's what I was trying to do earlier, Valerie, when I first come down here and started hearing it. And I mean, yes, it could be fish just following that channel, but at the same time, if I cast out there a certain way, it's almost like somebody shocking the water because you'll I'll bump into something and it will set off a chain reaction of them bouncing straight down the line. I'm like, well, maybe it's Asian carp, because they jump out of the water when they're spooked. But at the same time, it's not acting like that because I had a boat come through here a minute ago, a bass boat, right before I went live, and he was right up on the bank, right where they're at, and he was coming through here, and nothing was jumping out of the water. So it's not Asian carp, I don't think. I don't know. I just wish they would either one bite my hook or two go away. Because if they're not fish that's gonna bite my hook, then it can't be making it more better. It can't be making it any better for the fish that would bite my hook with all the commotion. All right, Jeff, do that, please. Yeah, because I'm always, man, it's ridiculous down here. It is ridiculous. I almost called the cops and had the cops come down here earlier because about over right past my flathead hole, somebody come down here and start shooting a fully automatic rifle into the water. But I'm not a snitch, so I didn't call the police. And as long as they kept it that direction, I'm cool. Now, if they would have been aiming down this direction, there would have been an issue. But no, they were shooting towards the water. So, which ain't good either because they could kill some fish. But oh yes, Valerie, we have some big ones. I actually during the about I say the end of July, beginning of August, we have a bunch of people that come out here. There's 4 or 5 of them that come out here in small boats and they do bow fishing. And I got to find out whose live it was in. I was in somebody's live, and they come through and they never take the fish out. They kill them and just let them float, and that makes me angry because they're always just taking over the bank, running into your lines and everything else. Well, last year I talked to one of them and everything else, and he said the only ones they leave floating is the ones that get off their rigs. If they can get them out of the water, they take them out of the water. But what happens is they shoot them with the arrow, it pulls out, they swim away, and then die later on. But you have 40 or 50 of them floating down the river hitting your lines. And excuse me, uh, I was talking to one of the guys last year, and he said from now on, when he's going out here, two stands, what's up, brother? He said that if he comes out here next year, he'll be looking for my light up rods, and if he hits any um, carp, he'll bring them to me for bait. I haven't seen him since then, but I'm hoping to. When I saw them boats out here today, I thought one of them was him, which the one across the river might be over on the Indiana side, but Duggar, what is up, brother? Look at it work. We have an alien landing, y'all. Alien landing. Come on. This remote don't work for crap. Them fish didn't like that. I don't know what those fish are, but I tell you right now, they're getting on my nerves with all that splashing stuff out there. On my nerves. There's some big monster fish out there jumping. I probably shouldn't have put on this earpiece. I wanted to make sure y'all could hear it real loud and clear. But like I said, if I hook into a gill net like I think it might be out there, I promise you right now, I'll stay out here all night till the sun comes up, and then I'm going to take a swim. If I had my other rod out here with me, it would be great, because I can promise you right now, my other rod, the one that I've got set up to use my underwater camera on, because I've got an underwater camera to fish with that goes underwater on your line, so you can watch the fish take the bite the hook. I haven't used it because I'm afraid of getting snagged up and broke off. So I put a 100-pound braid on there, and I got a 150-pound leader on there as of right now, a mono. So if I had that rod down here with me, I could cast it out there, and if I hooked into a net, I'm pretty sure I could drag it in quite a bit. And I've got it on my shark rod, so yeah, I could definitely drag it in enough to where I can walk out 5 or 6 foot and grab a hold of the net. Now we just drag the whole net out. Drag the whole net out. I'm gonna move these baits around y'all a little bit. I might actually even freshen them up. We've been live for what, an hour and 3 minutes? I think it's time to freshen up this orange bait. I've got so much, this orange rod bait, I've got so much bluegill over here and sunfish tonight that there's no sense of me not using them and changing the baits out. What I ought to do is I ought to change out the hook on the purple rod, since pork chop ain't working that great tonight, and nightcrawler, they're not hitting on nightcrawler or pork chop. I guess I ought to change out that hook and put a slightly bigger hook, because it's got a carp hook about this big on it. Might change it out and put like a 6 or 7/0 hook on there, and then throw a piece of cut bluegill on it too. Please tell me somebody heard all that commotion out there. That's the noise I'm talking about. It is insanity, and it's like a straight line all the way down. Whatever it is, there's thousands of them in here. I wish I had. What I could have done, and should have done this morning, or this tonight when I come out, when I first started hearing all them fish, I probably should have went home and got my snagging rod. I don't like to snag, but I do have a snagging rod that I bought. I call it my shark rod. Well, that's what I'm thinking too. They could be in here spawning, but then again, I don't know. You would think for sure if they was on spawn, that if the carp was on spawn, at least one of them would be eating in here out of the 6,000 splashes I've had tonight, 7,000 splashes. And I had nightcrawler out there. You would think, well, I would have got a bite off something. But I ain't getting no bites off nothing. Now see, that's the same thing I've been doing, Jeff. I've been getting a lot of fish here lately, but catching most of my fish 20, 25 foot off the bank. If I cast out any further, it's like they're not out there. I'll get a little nibble here and there. If I cast in real close, they'll almost yank the rod out of my hand or off out of the rod holder. So I don't know what's going on with it. And right now, all these fish are moving. Well, besides that one that was 10 foot off the bank. But see, I don't get to see what they look like. They keep on coming up and splashing, but I never get to see what they look like. Even if I got my headlamp out there for a few minutes, I won't see what they look like. And they're less than 10 foot from the bank. Whatever it is, they're huge. You know, that's what I think I'm going to do, y'all. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to change out that hook on this purple rod. I'm going to put a small piece of cut bluegill on there. I'm going to cast it out about 20. I might cast it out 5 foot from the bank because I got 4 or 5 fish, 5 or 6 foot from the bank. I'm going to cast it out about 20 feet from the bank. And then I might freshen up this orange rod. And I might actually sling it out as far as I can get it. Just to see if there is a net out there that I'm getting into. So that's the only thing I can think of. I got to do something to change up something. I ain't caught a fish yet. And I've always been one of them people that believe if you're not catching fish, then you need to try something different. So let's try something different. I ought to move my green rod too, but I've got it close to the bank with that live sunfish. I've got it right up close to the bank. Casted this direction towards my flathead hole, and it's probably 40 yards down this direction, so I don't really want to move it. Plus, something was smacking it a minute ago. That's what I'm gonna try to do, Valerie. That's what I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna get a fresh piece of bait on this purple rod, piece of cut bluegill, since we've been getting hit on. The cut bluegill is the only thing that's hit on all night. I'm gonna put a bigger hook on this, put a piece of cut bluegill on it, and then as soon as I get done doing that, I'm gonna pull that one in, put a piece of fresh bluegill on it, and I'm casting for the Indiana side. Cast across the river. If there's a net out there, I'll find it for sure. It may just be fish out there, and there's a blowout from the barge that comes through here. It might just be all it is the blowout too. They could be trapping up that little crease. Yeah, they nibbled on that. It's a little bit smaller than what it was when I cast it out, but not by much. But yeah, y'all, that's why I said I need to change my hook. This is what I'm using on this purple rod. I've literally got that little baby hook. Compared to my finger, that's how big that hook is. I use that to catch carp for bait. So that needs to be changed out, and I need to put a bigger hook. I've got a size 7 over here, I think, already ready to go. So 7 on, I'll throw it on there. I'm gonna step off camera for a second. If anybody that's actually in here or whatever, any of my mods or whatever, can y'all do me a favor, just keep an eye on the chat for me for just a second while I get this rigged up. Throw out the bluegill. This thing goes away so fast. Oh, that's what I'm trying, Steve. I got a live green sunfish on that green rod down there. He's about my size, about the size of my hand right here. So yeah, he's out there swimming right now. And something's done smacked it 4 times. Now, if I could get down my flathead hole where I was at last time I was in Jody's, or the first time I went in Jody's challenge, I cast it out the exact same angle with a piece of a whole bluegill that was dead, and something bent that rod in half. Would y'all quit? I swore to you. They're just teasing me, y'all. They're teasing me. Let me go over here and try to change this rig around. I just don't want to take a chance on blinding y'all with the light. Plus, while I'm up here, I'm going to take care of my nasty habits. Plus, I try not to put my headlamp anywhere near the water. I don't like to shine it there. I keep on doing it tonight because the dang fish are jumping, but I honestly try not to do that. Alright. That's size 3, size 12. I know I got some pre-rigged up, size 7. That's a size 6. You know what? This is big enough. Yes, you can. I caught a 30-pounder on one that's last year, so. Yeah, that's good. Man, y'all, if I didn't live in Louisville, what the heck is that? I promise y'all, if I did not live in Louisville, and wasn't on the Ohio River, I'd swear up and down that's freaking alligators. I'm serious. I just saw one on top of the water swimming, looked like an alligator. Wasn't a gar, and I know what a gar looked like, but they're actually swimming 4 foot, 5 foot from the bank. I'm sitting here shining my light down in the water, and I'm catching the body of one. But it looked like an alligator on top of the water just floating. And as soon as I hit him with my light, his eyes lit up, and he went down. Fish don't usually have eye shine like that. At least not that I've ever seen. But he had eye shine, and then he went down that water. Alright, this should only take me a few seconds, y'all, to switch this out. Come on now. deal here? Bruh. You know. Alright. Apologize if anybody's came in and I ain't said hi to them yet. Give me a minute and I will. Trying to rebait and change some things up here. Right off the bank. Right off the bank. I'm talking, I'm 10 foot out, 20 foot out. Right where I keep on seeing those things move, whatever they are. Go ahead and float back up. Yeah. Yeah, whatever they are, I tell you what. I just seen one real close to the bank. Now they could be could be carp, and that might be why we ain't getting no bites. But you would think if I would have had a night crawler out, if it was carp, which you've done had one, even if they're spawning that close to the bank, they should have been hungry. Come on, snag up. Change this bait out, and we're gonna shoot for the moon, y'all. I'm gonna try to cast it to the Indiana side. Put some pressure on here. All right. Go to the river, to the Indiana side, y'all. That's a good 80, about a good 80 yards out. See if there's anything out there. Alrighty. Did Froggy come in? Froggy, how's it going? So now we have live green sunfish. Live green sunfish is probably 25 yards off the bank. Cast it out this direction. We have a piece of bluegill midsection on the orange rod, cast about 80 yards out. And then we got a piece of small cut bluegill on this purple rod, about 10 foot out. Okay. Take care of business, Froggy. Like I said, they could be carp out there, y'all. They could be carp. But I promise you, what I saw a minute ago was wild looking. Because I was sitting up here getting ready to start cutting the bait. And I seen something coming across the top of the water. And it looked like anybody that's ever been around alligators have seen the alligator swim across the top of the water real slow. It was going against current. It wasn't with the current, it was going against the current coming up this way. I hit it with my light and his eyes lit up and then he went under and he swam. And I saw his body right here. Just like an alligator. I know we don't have alligators in the Ohio River, but I tell you what, that's what it acted like. And it didn't look like a gar because our main gar population in the Ohio River is long-nosed gar. and the long-nosed spotted gar. And you can see them spots from a mile away. Plus, them gar don't get this big around. Whatever this was a good 12-inch circle around. That size of a dinner plate or bigger. So I'm pretty sure it wasn't a gar. Could it be carp? Yeah, they're going crazy out here, y'all. Could it be carp? Yes, it could. Could it be spoonbill? That's a possibility too. It sounds like Nessie. Oh, something's tapping on that blue, purple rod. Jeff, hopefully that was the answer, brother. Now, when I was in my flathead hole a couple weeks ago, I was catching them all 25, 30 foot off the bank. So maybe they're going to be moving in that close again. Of course, another thing too, if that's gar, guess what? I've got enough leader on there, long enough leader, to where it's floated up enough to where they can get to it. They are, Steve. Can y'all actually hear them going out there? They are nuts, man. And they're coming up so close I can actually walk out there and touch them. I wish I would have put this earpiece in, y'all would have had the actual mic. If I would have had the actual mic going on the camera, I guarantee y'all would hear them even better. They are going nuts. All right, Duggar. But no, if it's a gar out there doing that, then we would know because the purple rod, I made sure I got about 3 foot leader on it to where it can float up higher in the water column. And we'll go from there, let them grab it, and it's a smaller hook. But they're not hitting like gar either, because gar, smack and let go, smack and let go. We lost so many fishing rods to gar when me and my brother and my brother-in-law used to go fishing together. Um, we used to go on this little dock behind a little restaurant called Little Kingfish Restaurant, and this dock was literally 3 foot wide. We had to lay our rods sideways, lay them down on the dock like this. Little mini torpedoes is what they were, because we have them like this at an angle. Here's the dock. We'd have them at an angle like this. If a fish bites it, it pulls it this way. Well, you get a gar take it, and it shoots it right off the dock. I mean, it's just instantaneous. It's gone. It's in the water. We lost so many rods that way. It was just unreal. But these ain't hitting like this. They're just, if y'all can, I don't know if y'all can see it when it's going on or not, but they're just barely taking the rod down a little bit and then they're letting it back up. So it ain't gar bites. Like right now, something's tapping on that purple rod. And something just smashed the green rod again. Coolness, come on, y'all. Take it. Just take it. Bend them rods in half. If y'all think y'all can get them off the bank, y'all more than welcome to try to take them. But I can promise you, you better yank with some authority and you better not stop pulling, because I got them rod holders as far down in there as they can go. And on top of that, that's my Muddy River rods. So I will break a leg trying to get up to stop that from happening. Made that up. Yeah, I mean, I usually catch a lot of gar in that area, Jeff. But if you notice, it's all areas where there's a lot of light. They like light because they can see the little, because they're, something's smacking it. Something's smacking that purple rod. But gar like light because they chase them little um, uh, shiners and stuff. They like real shiny baits. And I can actually cast out here right now with something if it was gar. as far as I know, I've still got a what do they call that thing? I can't remember what it's called now, but it's a little silver crankbait that gar will go crazy over, and I can cast out there and catch a gar with it, but I don't think it's gar. I know they're getting on my nerves because I mean they're splashing loud. There's nothing worse. Now, I've skunked a million times. Of course, I probably went fishing 10 million, but I've skunked a million times. It happens. It is what it is. Nobody cares. But there's nothing worse than coming out one night like we are right now and having this many huge fish splashing all night right in front of you, right beside you, and not biting your hook. There's nothing worse. Yes, I got a lot of bluegill out there, Duggar, on that green rod. I got it's a sunfish, green sunfish, or flathead candy, and I've got it casted as far as I can towards my flathead hole. There's something pulling on that purple rod, but they're just barely pulling it. But that's that catfish candy, that flathead candy right there, that green sunfish. He's out there alive and kicking. Well, I don't know if he's alive anymore because something's done smacked it 4 times. He might be dead by now. They might crushed him. Unfortunately, it was the only live one I had left. He's the only one that survived the trip. But I am a little bit more optimistic. Well, see, I was wanting to do that, Duggar, but the problem of it is the current through here is ripping, and I don't have any real bobbers with me. Now, I do have my reverse suspension rig, but with the current as bad as it is right now, using my reverse suspension rig is crazy. Matter of fact, give me a second, y'all. I'll show it to you. Yeah, I think I will. All right, y'all. This is the reverse suspension rig. Okay, it's got a big old float. Okay, and this float will float up. It almost floats 4 ounces off the bottom. Okay, it's got a double hook rig on it, and it's normally which I just cut it off, but as you can see, the leader's still going. It's normally about a 6-foot leader. So what it does is it comes up, and this thing will float. Like I said, this thing will float up a 4 ounce lure weight. So I have to use 8 ounces on it, but it'll put it right up in the middle of the column, and it will float it up 6 foot off the bottom. The problem of it is when you got current like this, all it does is tangle it up. Yeah, it's kind of worthless in that aspect, but it works. Bite has been very slow, Small Pepper, very slow. We've had a few little nibbles here and there, but other than that, there've been no major takedowns. We've got so much crazy fish activity. I mean, 2 foot off the bank, 3 foot off the bank, fish are just rolling like crazy, big old fish. Don't know what kind they are. I'm thinking either carp or spoonbill, which I've seen people catch spoonbill on bluegill before, cut bluegill. So maybe that'll work. I don't know. Whatever it is, they're coming in real close to the bank, and it's like an explosion of fish. They're everywhere. If I had a throw net right now, if I had my big throw net out here, I could promise you I could throw it out, and I'll guarantee you it would be so full of big fish I couldn't pull it in. Because I got a 20-foot throw net, and I could bet you. Oh, now that was a good smack and a good splash. That was a good smack on that purple rod. About dang time. But yeah, I can promise you right now, as many big fish as coming in this close, if I was to throw that 20-foot cast net out here, it'd be so overloaded with fish I couldn't pull it in. I mean, I would just be happy to know what. He was 2 foot out in front of me. Um, I'd just be happy to know what kind of fish it is. I mean, right now I think it's messing up the fishing more than it's helping. I mean, we got all these fish in here, but I'm not seeing anything. You know what I'm saying? We've got that purple rod's getting hit a little bit here and there now, but it wasn't getting hit at all. So we'll give it a minute and see what happens. But all these fish splashing around like this can't be good for the actual catfish. You would think with all the commotion, if those ain't catfish making any of that commotion at all, you would think that uh they would it'd probably mess up the bite. Now it could also be stripers, y'all. I haven't seen them. I'm not gonna say that I have, but I do know there's big striper in this river, real big striper. So that's a possibility. They could be moving into these shallows to spawn themselves. But there again, unless they're in full spawn, you would think they'd hit this bait. Because I've seen striper, I've seen gar, I've seen what do they call it, spoonbill, all caught on cut bluegill. Seen them all cut on cut bluegill. And surely to God that's not carp. If that's carp, we got a major carp problem. I can promise you that right now. Because this whole river's alive right now. It's just, I mean, one splash after another. Yeah, it literally sounds like being in a public swimming pool, y'all. Minus the screaming and hollering of the kids, the splashing just sounds just like being in a public swimming pool. There's so much of it. I don't know, y'all. I'm gonna check this purple rod because I just saw the line moving. I wonder if something got it. Hey, mouth and just didn't. yet or something. I don't know. I didn't get my bait off there. I don't know, y'all. Don't know. Mm. You know what? I gotta send a message real quick. I told my brother I was gonna go live. Uh, right before I went, about half an hour before I went live, I told him, and I ain't seen him come in here yet. He's like, I'm gonna come in as soon as you go live. I'm like, all right, cool. And I ain't seen him come in yet, so I don't know if he got the notification or not. He's pretty new to YouTube, so I don't know if he's got his notifications turned on or not. So we'll see if he comes in. I sent him a message. Let him know I'm already live and been live an hour. Maybe he'll come in. He might already be in here. I just didn't see his comment. Yeah, he goes, you live? Never got the notification, so. All right, now he should come in here in a minute, y'all. Y'all little bro should be in here in a minute. Yeah, I tell you what. Me and little bro had been out of touch for some time. We had different opinions on our life choices, on what we wanted to do with life. And we just recently got back and hooked up. There he is right there. What's up, bro? I thought you would have got a notification. I figured you might not have. That's why I figured I'd call, send you a message. Yeah, we've been live about an hour now. Man, these fish is insane. I have not caught a fish yet, but I tell you what, you've been to a public swimming pool, that's what it sounds like out there. There is some monster fish non-stop jumping 10 foot from the bank. It is insanity. All right, cool. No, I just telling him, I said, before you come in here, I said, yeah, uh, typical Ohio, yeah. But yeah, I was telling him right before you come in here that I had to send you a message uh, and everything. And I was telling him, I was like, me and you had different opinions on the way we was going to let our lives go, as far as you want to go one route, I went another route. We lost touch for a long time and everything. But we've now got in contact with each other again after about 10 years. So we got some fishing to do, y'all. Depending on the weather on Sunday, me and your little brother's going to be together for the first time fishing together in almost 15 years. It's going to be a blast. Yes, sir. Same way I feel, brother. No matter what, you're always going to be my brother. But yeah, we're going to get together this Sunday if it don't rain or don't storm. If it rains, I don't care. I'll still come out here. Yeah, if it's going to be a thunderstorm, ain't no sense in it. But yeah, I can promise you right now, we're going to come out here. We're going to have a 17 years. We're going to have a blast, y'all. We're going to have a blast. We are going to have a blast. Hopefully I can get him on some big ones. Now he did just inform me the other day he's never caught a flatty, so that's going to change. I gotta get him on a flatty. Um, I don't know. I don't remember what he said his PB was. Oh yeah, I think I've told him that story, Aaron. I can tell him again though. Biggest fish I ever hooked into, y'all. Y'all want to hear a good story? Biggest fish I ever hooked into. Me and my brother went out. We was on my dock, where we used to fish at, and we was sitting out there. It was storming rain. We was already soaked. I'm like, you know what? We're already soaked. There's no sense of going home. There's no sense of going home. We're already wet. You know, I said, as long as we stay away from the water, we're good. So instead of being on the dock like we normally would be, we walked out to the edge of the dock, cast out as far as we could, walked our line in, and we were sitting up on the boat ramp, up on the concrete. You know, stay away from the water. Well, we were sitting there and didn't get no bites. About an hour straight, just nonstop pouring rain. Tornado sirens going off like crazy. I'm like, well, I'm not leaving. There's no sense in leaving, you know. We're already here. That's that time the lightning started flashing. We seen this tornado come down, smack the water, go back up. I looked at him. I said, it's time to go. Now it's time to go. So I start reeling in my rod. And at the time I had 35-pound spider wire on there, braid. And I'm reeling in my line. And I'm like, man, I'm snagged on something. Man, I'm snagged. I said, whatever it is, y'all hear that? I said, whatever it is coming with me, so I'm dragging it in. We're getting out of here. Well, mind you, this was 30 years ago. The only camera accessible back then was those little, you know, roll it over or take a picture of disposable cameras. And I carried one with me. Well, my brother used to like to drink a lot. He was a little tipsy that night. And I'm sitting there, I'm rolling this in. I'm like, you got your rod in? He goes, yeah. I said, well, mine's dragging, but it's taking forever. It's coming in. About that time, I start cranking. I feel a chunk, chunk. I look at him, and I just got this look on my face, and I'm like, get the camera. Get the camera. About that time, I crank a couple more times. I feel a yank, yank. I'm like, oh, my Lord, there's something on here. This fish come out, looked like a shark. He had to be every bit of 200 pounds. I mean, his head was a good 40 inches around. He was at least he's close to 6 foot long. I got him right up to the bank, up to between the two docks that we was fishing off of, right up on that boat ramp. He twitched his head one time like that and snapped that line like it was thread, and just turned around and swam off real slowly. Of course, my brother, being tipsy as he was, his first words were, "Jump in there and get him. Jump in there and get him." Now, mind you, really, I caught him on a piece of bait that big. I'm pretty sure he wasn't full. So needless to say, I wouldn't jump in there and get him. But that's where my motto come from, jump in there and get him. Was that one night him making that comment about jumping in and getting him. I can guarantee you right now, with no exaggeration, no doubt in my mind, that if I would have landed that fish, it would have not only been a state record, but a world record. And that changed my life so much. The next day, I switched out from 30-pound spider wire to 80-pound. Changed my life that much. Yeah, and bought it Guinness. But yeah, like I said, when I tell everybody these stories about all these fish I've caught back in the day and hooked into, I know a lot of people don't believe me, but I tell you what, I've got at least 25 people right now that's been there, done that, got a T-shirt. When I say that I've been out here trophy catfishing longer than most people been catfishing on YouTube, I'm not playing. I got a tattoo right here on my arm of a catfish that is all faded out. That is over 35 years old, or over 30. Well, about 32 years old is what it is. That's how long I've been out trophy catfishing. And I've seen them monsters come and go because of them commercial fishermen. It has been just been a nightmare. It's been a nightmare. But it's getting better. It's taking a long time. It's taking a long time. Jeff, you know, brother, you've been fishing this river for quite some time too, and you know, for the longest time, you know, it got to the point to where you could go out for a month straight and never see a fish. Never see a fish in a month. And I mean, this is not a small river. It's not like it's a small river, but they've taken so many fish out of this river. Anybody that knows anything about the Pay Lakes here in Kentucky, we have about 115 of them total. And they all get their fish from the Ohio River. And these fish get taken home, eaten. The big fish are in the trophy lakes. They sit in there with no irrigation, worth crap, and they die. And then they pull them up on bank, whatever, they dispose of them, and they pay somebody for another one. And they do that until there's no fish left in this water. Yeah, so I mean, now there's still some monsters in this river. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you've caught, what you've seen. But I know for a fact there's no way, even though they commit commercial fishing it this bad, there's no way they've gotten everyone. There's no way. I guarantee you there's still a good 150, 100 pounder, maybe even 150 left in this river. But I ain't caught one yet, so we still gonna be out here trying. And eventually I will catch one, y'all. Eventually I will catch another one of them monsters. Y'all watch and see. Now the spot like I said, the spot I'm in right now is where I caught that first 40 pounder. That first video I ever did that said 39 pounds. That I said was pushing 50 probably because the way it bent my scales and broke my scales, was in the exact same spot that I am now. So I am optimistic. I've done caught 240s out of here in this spot. So I am optimistic. I've hooked into bigger and they've gotten off. I know that green rod down there, when I had the blue lights on it, I was in the 7-7. Catfish Regulator had a 7-7 going, and I was in his 7-7. I had a 12-inch bullhead on there, live bullhead, and I had it casted out as far as I could get it out in this channel, and it hadn't got a nibble all night because it's got a big old live bullhead on it. I'm sitting there talking to everybody in the chat. We joke around with everybody. About that time, I hear like a cricket noise. And I'm like, what's that noise? And I look over because that was my farthest rod over. I mean, I had it at the very end down here. And the rod had bent completely in half like this. There's a Muddy River flathead rod, which does not bend. It literally was bent from end to end done bent the rod holder and was coming out of the rod holder, about to launch out like a rocket. I got over and I cranked it and I felt one pull like nothing I've ever felt before. Then just let go, and it literally ripped that bullhead in half. It was insanity. So I know they're still in here. I know I'm gonna hook one of them. Now it's kind of got me disturbed, y'all. We're still hearing the fish splash out here, but all the bites, I was getting a bite here, bite there, bite here, bite there, bite. All that stuff stopped. Now I did throw this purple rod out when I recast it. I did throw it out about 10 foot further out than what I had it. What are you, buddy? I see you. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna do something I don't do. I'm gonna light up the lives. Well, I don't know what all those are. I don't know what all those are, but some of those are catfish. Some of those are catfish splashing. Because when I just shine my light in, it's all a sand. This is all a big sand bank that just goes down. Right now, I can see out about 6 to 8 foot out. And 6 to 8 foot out, it's only about 4 foot, well, 5 foot deep. And then it drops off. You can see the drop off where it gets real dark. And right there on that edge, when he come out of the water, I saw him. Look like a blue. So some of these that's moving around out here making this noise are catfish. Now, is there something spooking them? Or is there, like, are the fish spawning down here, the carp spawning down here and causing the blues to get inactive? I don't know. I mean, I know the blues been spawning and they should be getting ready to come off spawn, but they do spawn in these sandbanks. So you would think if there's any running around here coming off spawn, they would be hungry. But they haven't taken anything serious yet. But I did get a good view of that one. But see, I don't like doing that because these fish up here usually like it pitch black. They don't like the light. And as you can see, now that I shine the light in the water, crickets, all that fish activity stopped. Because I shined all that light in the water. Now 10 minutes from now, they'll come back. Oh, and they'll smack my orange rod. And that was a bite. 100% guaranteed that was a bite. Now I need this orange rod to go over. Something just smacked it hard. Now that bite right there looked like about what a gar bite would look like in this rod holder. But I don't think it's gar. See, the other part about the gar being down in this area, not one, we don't have enough lighting. I mean, it's pitch black down here. I mean, you can't see 2 foot in front of you or 2 inches in front of you. And they like to be able to see their food because they're a predator fish. Not only do they want the light, but two, I live the opposite part of the dam. They would have to actually come up a dam wall and come this direction. They'd have to come up the wall of the dam to get over here. Sorry, y'all. I'm not trying to ignore anybody. Yeah, the gar are active, but not in this area. Oh, something's smacking my dang green rod now. All right, y'all. Maybe they're gonna start waking back up. We just had a real good smack on the orange rod, and then the green rod just got a good smack. And that's that live bluegill. So that should be a flatty out there, y'all. Flatty's trying to make it happen. I'm gonna shoot you. Wish I had my compound bow and my bow fishing rig. I'd find out what one of these boogers are. And if it was a catfish or something like that, I would take it home. And if I killed it, I would take it home and cook it. I don't take fish out of this river, but I am planning on doing a couple catch and cooks this year. On top of that, I am going to have to start harvesting some fish. I'm going to try not to catch catfish. I'm going to try to go on a drum. Something's still out there playing with that green rod. Yeah, it's bouncing it side to side like this, y'all. I'm going to try to go on a drum run one night to where I just catch a bunch of drum. I just found out that one of my cats, I've got 3 cats that we took in. One of them stays outside. He comes in long enough to eat. That's my daughter's cat. We took in an older cat when we was at the apartment complex and brought her with us. And then we got a little calico, my little baby. She's spoiled rotten, mean to us, treat us bad. You know, she'll climb up in bed with us. She'll lay in bed with her mama all night. I'll go in there, climb in bed, and as soon as I climb in bed, she looks at me and gets mad and gets out of bed and gets on the floor. And I'm like, you ain't gotta move, you can lay up here. And then she looks at me like, psh, I'm not laying up here with you. Spoiled rotten. But my fat cat, we found out she's been getting sick all week. Actually, for the last 2 weeks. Every time she eats, she throws up. And I'm like, are you okay, baby? And she just keeps on getting sick. So the other day, I thought I would try something. One, I read the bag of the food that we've been feeding her. Yeah, it's not that great. And then I was looking some stuff up, and I found out that with her being as old as she is, there's a good chance that she might not be able to digest that food. And sure enough, I grabbed a can of tuna, and I grabbed a can of cooked chicken breast, blended them together, made her some soft, wet food, fed her that for 3 days straight, 4 days straight. She hasn't gotten sick since. Has not got sick. She has to have real meat or she can't eat the food. Well, with food costs as high as it is right now, the fact of the food shortages we have going on right now, I'm gonna have to start finding some other form of getting her fresh meat. So I think I'm gonna start. That green rod is doing this number, y'all. I wish he'd take it. I think he's over nibbling on it. I know that's not the bluegill because he's too small. He ain't moved that rod all night. There's no way that's that sunfish moving that rod. But yeah, I'm gonna start trying to catch fish. I'm gonna try to catch drum. I'm gonna try to catch white bass, stuff like that. And I'm just gonna take it home, clean it, cook it, process it, and make her fresh meat, real meat cat food. I can't let her suffer, so I gotta make sure she's eating. Aaron, the fat cat I'm talking about right now. Dang, is anybody, you giving anybody else a chance to talk? I'm just playing with you, bro. Um, the cat I'm talking about right now looks like a female version of Bob, just like Bob. Same colorations, everything. But she's got this big flap that hangs off her belly that drags the floor when she runs. That is her belly, actually. It just drags the floor when she runs. We've stuffed her so much over the years because she was, when we got her, she was so malnourished, nourished from being on the streets for so long that we just, we kept on feeding her more food, more food, more food, more food, more food. Well, now she's swelled. Then she swelled up the size of a balloon, and now she can't digest the food that she was eating. So now I got to put her on a real meat diet, which is going to be expensive. But she's a good cat, and she don't deserve to suffer. And I can't take her to a vet, and I won't take her to a vet and have them put a. Yeah, it's always quiet in here. A lot of people probably left me running on in the background. They always do, and I appreciate all of them for it. I honestly do. It gives me watch hours, and they'll sit back, turn the TV on, walk away, do something else, and wait until they hear a fish on. Till they hear those words, they're just sitting back with watching in the background. But yeah, it's gonna be expensive putting her on a real meat diet, but she's a good cat, and I can't let her suffer. And I will not put her down unless I have to. Now she starts getting to the point to where I'm thinking she's too sick. We're gonna take her to the vet and do what we got to do. But right now she's not at that point. Right now she's just having trouble eating the food she was eating. And I need to check the weather, y'all, because these clouds are starting to build back up, and it better not rain on me. Alrighty, I'll be mad if they say it's gonna rain on me. 12% chance. We got a 12% chance. It drops down to 9% chance at 7 in the morning. So yeah, we should be good. It may sprinkle a little bit, but if it does, I just throw a bag over the camera. But it dang sure got cloudy real quick. And the wind started picking up too. But if y'all notice, we got crickets. Whatever that was causing all them fish out there causing all that commotion, done just died off almost instantly. Maybe the catfish come in now. Oh yeah, well we'll be good. We'll be all right. I mean, like I said, we'll come down here no matter what. But I've already got like 8 real nice bluegill and sunfish in the freezer right now already. So we've got bait for sure. I've already made sure I got that lined up. I've already got the rods and stuff. Of course, that's not an issue anyway. I've already got the gear and stuff lined up. Um, and if we have to, I'll dig out my rain gear. I've got a real thick raincoat that I can let you use, like a rain poncho. And I've actually got a real rain suit, a whole rain suit that covers my whole body. So we'd be all right. I do got 30 something freezer baggies, gallon freezer baggies at the house that says I can put all my gear in, like I'm using them right now. Like I'm laying my pistol and my power banks and my other phone on top of those while they're laying on the sand so they don't get wet. So yeah, we can put those over our phone. And we'll probably come down here and do what I did tonight, just shoot video for a while. We might go live for a little bit, you know, if we're getting any fish. I don't want to torture too many people with all this non-catching stuff because that's a nightmare. When you go too long without catching a fish, it's a nightmare for everybody. And then my dang thing froze up again and says I'm live. Goes, you're live. Well, I hope I'm live. I've been live for 2 hours and 6 minutes. But yeah. Oh, something just smashed that green rod, y'all. Please take it. Just bend that rod over, man. Bend it over. They're back, y'all. I thought I escaped them. I thought I escaped all them fishies. But they're back. And they come back with a vengeance. They're going to be louder than ever. Y'all know if I don't hook into a monster tonight, that's going to haunt my dreams. I'm going to go home and I'm going to have nightmares of fish jumping all around me, but not biting my hook. Man, I so badly want to go there and crank down on that dang green rod. Because it's sitting there doing this number right now. And like I said, that bluegill, he's not, that sunfish is not real big, for one. So I know he's not moving that 8-ounce sinker. There's no way. And he's not moving that rod. There's no way. So unless there's something big over chasing him and he's giving it off his shoulders, it's not him making that rod move. Now there could be something brushed up against the rod, the line, bouncing on the line. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go check that, y'all. I'm gonna walk down that way and check that line to see if there's anything hung up on that line causing it to bounce. Because if it is, I gotta take it off there. But if not, I don't know if I want to check that rod or not. I don't know what's doing that. He's playing that rod though. That line looks slack, but it's not slack. It's tight, but it looks slack. I'm gonna give it a second, and then I'm gonna drill down on him and see if he's on there. Cause that rod is just sitting there teetering and bouncing like it's something on it. Give me a second, y'all. I'm gonna take his headset off and go to the potty. I don't want y'all to hear me potty, so I'm gonna leave this headset over here. Like usual, if I get a bite, feel free to reach through and grab it. Alrighty, get my headset back on, y'all. Yeah, them big fish jumping back out here torturing me again. I'm hearing them splash again. I'm about tempted to, since I seen a blue swimming around up by the bank earlier. I'm about tempted to reel that green rod in and put it about 20 foot off the bank for that live bluegill. Instead of throwing it way out there. See if there's any flatties swimming this bank line looking for food. Got to do what I can do. I'm not getting bites, I got to change something. And this is a horrible time of the year. What the heck are y'all, man? I'm telling you. It's killing me, y'all. They're literally 5 foot off the bank, 6 foot off the bank, but they're doing it in a straight line. Doing it in a straight line. And that purple rod ain't got hit since I casted it back out, and I casted it out further this time. So, y'all might get the experience that I experienced earlier. Now, let me make sure I don't miss anything. My line stopped. Well, Becca Maker, sorry I didn't catch your comments. Sorry, y'all, my chat stopped scrolling on me. Y'all might get to experience what I experienced earlier, some of it. Like I said, I thought we might have had an earthquake earlier. We had heard a large boom, which I don't know if it was an earthquake or what, but it rumbled the whole ground. And I had a mysterious wave come from nowhere. And I mean, it was 14 foot, 4 foot, listen to me, 14, 4 foot high coming off the top of this water. Well, I was just looking down there towards the middle of the river. There's no boats within 200 yards, 300 yards. No barges, no boats, no nothing. Water is completely calm, looks like a sheet of glass. I now have a wave coming out of nowhere that's about 3 foot high. So y'all might get to experience what I experienced earlier. If there's a net out there, JP3, I'm over top of that. I can promise you that now. Because I threw that one over there as far out as I can get it. And that orange rod did get a good hit. Now, see, the problem of it is this purple rod got a couple good hits. And I reeled it in, checked it, and cast it back out. When I did, I casted it back out further. A lot of these big fish I'm seeing are literally 10 foot from the bank. I'm thinking about pulling that back in. I need to check the green rod because it got smashed. Check it, make sure my bluegill's still alive. Man, I got heartburn and hiccups. But I'm gonna pull this purple rod back in closer like I had it earlier when we was getting all them hits. I'm always one of them people, if something ain't working, change something. If you change something, there's a chance you're gonna catch a fish. So that's what we're gonna do. And they're all coming in, literally 4 or 5 foot from the bank, whatever these are. They might be striper, might be spoonbill, but whatever it is, something when I had it real close to the bank did hit it. So let's try that, y'all. We got to do something, change something up to try to catch a fish. It's like they're in a big school swimming through here or something, y'all. Okay, I still got bait on. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put a piece of fresh cut on here. I'm talking a piece of bloody gutty stuff. Give me a second, y'all. I want a piece of good fresh on here. I got a piece of fresh cut off a whole different gill that was not cut up earlier, so it's completely fresh. I banged him up a little bit to make sure he's got some blood circulating to his meat. I hear you out there. About 8 foot off the bank, and that's where it's gonna sit, y'all. It's literally gonna sit there 8 foot off the bank. Of course, you know, might be less now, but where it's sitting at, I cannot see the bait, so it's only 8 10 foot off the bank. Now we're gonna check the fly sunfish and see if he's still on there, or if he's gone, or what's going on with that. Hung up on something now. Don't seem like it's a fish. It's a fish he ain't fighting me in. Now that's where we're bouncing it. Stick on there or something. Alright, y'all. Man. Oh, there was a fish. There was a catfish out there messing with it, y'all. There's slime on the line. There is slime on the line. I'm gonna show y'all. This is that live green sunfish I got out there. He's still alive. He's still kicking. Believe it or not, he don't look like it right now, but he's still breathing. Now, crap, come here, you booger. And he is covered in slime. He is covered in slime, and the line is covered in slime. So something took him. Come on, get off his gill so he can breathe. He's barely alive. But he was when I pulled him in, his gills was going 100 miles a minute. So I'm gonna stick him back out here and see if he starts swimming again. Come on. He got a little fight in him, y'all, not much. There you go. He's starting to kick again. Come on. All right, regain your composure. Yeah, he's still alive, y'all. You see his mouth moving and stuff again now. His tail's starting to move. There it goes. He's wiggling now. All right, let's get him back out there, y'all. Oh, I'm turning off the light. Now, I ain't going to put him out that far this time, y'all. I'm going to put him in close. Put him in kind of close. Well, it wasn't that close, but that'll work. All right, y'all, let's see what happens. Yeah, something hit it. That was definitely a catfish hit him, because he had slime all over him. That's what it sounds like. Someone's dynamite fishing. I literally, when I first come down here, y'all, before I went live, my wife heard a big boom. I live 4 blocks. If you go behind me, turn around and walk backwards, I'm 4 blocks away. And she heard a loud boom, and she asked me if I heard that. I'm like, yeah. She said the whole ground shook. I said, yeah, I know. Well, when I heard it, it come from down this way. Well, all the fish just jumped up at one time, and about 5 to 10 minutes later, here comes this big wave, and I'm talking, it's like ocean waves. I had to grab my camera, and literally, y'all, this is no exaggeration. I'll show you how far I am from the bank. Turn this light on. From the water itself. I am 6 to 8 foot away from the water. Good distance away from the water. When it hit, when that wave hit, it come up here on my feet. I had to grab my camera and move. It was 4 foot high out of nowhere. I've never seen anything like it. And since then, the whole night, all these fish have been jumping out here doing this crazy stuff. I don't know what it is. I don't know if there's a gill net out there that's trapped. I don't know if there's a power line that's going across this river that happens to have a short in it. It's shocking them. I don't know what's going on. I know when they stop bouncing like this, we start getting hits. So I don't know. We had a real good smack earlier on the purple rod. The orange rod got a real good hit, and something was smacking that green rod. Whatever was smacking that green rod was most likely a flatty, and I'm pretty sure he had that whole fish in his mouth at one point in time, because that whole fish is covered in slime, and half the line's got slime on it. So we'll see what happens, y'all. I ain't seen this wave come in. It just was in the middle, and it started coming this way, and then it slowed down. So I don't know. Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe it won't hit us. Yeah, I tell you what, I've never caught a spoonbill. I've always wanted to catch a spoonbill. My issue with catching spoonbill is I don't want to catch them by snagging. Everybody snags for them here in the river. I don't want to snag one. Now, I've seen them get caught with rod and reel without snagging when I lived out where my brother's living at right now, down in the West End area, because he's out there by the locks themselves. I've seen them catch them on rod and reel, just fishing. Um, and then I've seen them catch them on the Tennessee River. But I have not seen anybody have any method to it. They never tell you what they're doing to catch them. They just tell you they catch them. And I don't like that idea. I like to know what you're doing, because maybe that might work for me. All right, little bro. Thank you. But yeah, maybe that. I mean, I would like to know what they're catching them with. You know, I tried shrimp. Oh yeah, I've had bats fly by me all night. The bats. That's another thing too. Whatever's out there in this water, they're back out here. I mean, they're not leaving. They're torturing me the whole night. Just big. I'm talking, these fish are at least 25, 30 pounds. 5, 10 foot off the bank, just non-stop splashing, moving. I've got bats flying down because we got bugs like crazy over here right now. And they're flying down and they're swooping down. If I go turn my headlamp on, I actually had 2 of them dive bomb my head earlier. So yeah. Like I said, it's been a crazy night. A very crazy night. That's the only reason why I went live. That's the only reason why I went live. I wasn't getting that many bites. I got a couple little nibbles. Is all I got. And I told my little brother, I was like, I might go live. I said, but I might just sit down here and record. I said, because if I go live, I might not catch any fish. I said, it's most likely going to be a skunk fest. Because I'm not getting heavy action like I normally do. You know, normally by then, 2 hours in, I would have had more than the one takedown I had. So I knew it wasn't going to be a great night. But I told him, with all this action going on right now, with all these fish jumping, the fact of, I don't know if that's a gill net out there trapping all these fish or what. I don't know what's going on. that I figured I'd go live because you never know what's going to happen. You know, I might not hook into a monster tonight. I might hook into a couple small ones. I might even skunk. But you never know what's going to happen at this river. Not with these big fish jumping out like this. Heck, for all we know, we could be sitting here right now and one of them jump and land on the dang bank. I mean, they're so close to it right now where one of them got stuck down here. I went running down there, but I got up and did this number 4 earlier and went down that way. I might have been there grab it when it landed on the bank and when it beached itself. You never know. That'd be something cool. Everybody, I'm pretty sure everybody'd like to see. So I said, you know what? I'm just gonna go live. Just gonna go live. We'll see what happens. We've had a few good hits since then, but nothing wants to commit. Nothing wants to commit. Now things may change pretty dramatically for this weekend as far as fishing down here. The fish should be coming off their spawn. The catfish here have been on spawn for, at least the blues and the channels have been on spawn for quite some time. The other day I pulled in a channel and he had marks all over him. He wasn't even that big, but he had marks all over him. So I guess they're starting to come off spawn. That was a couple weeks ago. So the blues was on spawn 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago when I come out here last month. They was already on spawn. So surely to God they're coming off now. So that should be changing things up. They should be coming off spawn now. On top of that, we do have a weather front finally coming through here after 2 weeks without rain. We had 1 day of drizzle, but 2 weeks without rain. We've got possible for storms Friday night and into Saturday. So I'm hoping that the skies open up on Saturday and just come down like crazy. One, I'm tired of watering my garden. Two, all that water, all that rain will come in and help out a lot with this low river we got right now. I mean, this river stays about this low this time of year, but I like to catch it on the rise, because when the water's on the rise here, it's better than when it's on the fall. So and just in case, since we're planning on coming out this Sunday, July 3rd, if we go live, I'm not sure, but we will come out here July 3rd. That is actually the anniversary of my mother passing. My mother was a diehard catfishing. She was. She's the one that taught me and both my brothers how to catfish. We ate catfish almost every day because of it. She loved to fish. Well, when she passed away, and we went to when we did after her funeral, about 10 of us was out there, and I forgot who it was, but one of the family members said, "You know what? We need to go fishing for your mom, for old time's sake. You know how much she used to love fishing." So that night we left the funeral home in our suits and went to the river. We was out there fishing till the sun came up that next day. So we do it every year as an homage for my mother and everything else. We come out here. I've been doing it by myself for the last 10 or 12 years. Now that I found little bro and we're back in touch, I'm gonna start trying to make sure I got him with me every time. Now that I got him back in my life, we'll be able to, should be able to hook up and do some more stuff together, hopefully. So we're definitely gonna come out here Sunday and give it all we got. Like I said, I don't know if we're gonna go live or not. We may go live. I don't know. I do want to spend as much time with him because this will be the first time I get to see him in close to 10 years. So 12 years. I want to make sure we get to spend time together instead of me sitting in here and live stream. Oh, I know it, Valerie. She does. Now she would probably be yelling at me right now because I'm down here because I didn't bring extra stuff with me. You know, she was one of them people to where, you know, she did not want to leave the house with at least four kinds of bait. She didn't. She always had 4 or 5 different kinds of bait. And the fact that I usually come down here and I've only got 2 kinds with me when I do come down here, she'd probably be kicking me for that. But yeah, she shined on me for all the hard work I put in. And I can promise y'all right now, no exaggeration whatsoever. If I miss coming out for her for the anniversary, rest that year, the fishing's awful. The fishing is awful. About 4 years ago, I missed it, and I come out a couple days afterwards, and no exaggeration, that whole year, I think I caught 16 fish the whole year, which is a nightmare. Because I started late this year. I didn't get to start fishing this year because the river being so high till about 2 months ago. Okay, and I've only got to come out 5 times. I might have been able to come out 7 times this whole year. So far for the year, I'm already sitting, I think, at 18 blues, 5 channels, 3 flatheads. I've done caught over 65 bluegill and sunfish, 2 bullheads, 8 bass. So yeah, me not catching at least a couple hundred fish a year is uncommon. But I tell you what, on the year I missed my mom's anniversary, you best believe that I only caught 16 fish in total the whole year. Worst year of my life. So rain, sleet, snow, tornadoes, uh, it don't matter. I will be out here one way or another. If I've got to sit out here in a pop-up tent, if I've got to sit out here in a tent and watch my rods from outside inside of a tent because it's raining golf balls or whatever, shooting golf balls high as hell, I don't care. I'll still be out here. I got no choice. I got no choice. And that's why I bought the rain suit. That's why I bought the rain suit. Luckily, I was able to, when I was working before my health hit me, and I keep on telling my wife this all the time, and she don't understand. When I first before I started YouTube, because I've been fishing my whole life, but when she got sick and when she had her stroke, I sold all my fishing gear. I had 3 cheap fishing rods. That's all I had left to my name. Uh, Old beat up cell phone and everything else. And I told her, I was like, I'm thinking about starting my YouTube channel. I said, because I've been threatening everybody for 35 years, I'm going to have my own fishing show. And it's time. I said, so I'm going to order me some gear. Well, at the time, I had a $6,000 limit on my credit card. And I was also working 65 to 70 hours a week. And all that was double overtime. Because the job I was working was paying us double time for every hour overtime. So it wasn't nothing for me to come home with $1,700 a week. I was making decent money. Well, at least for me, that's decent money, $1,700 a week. So I told my wife, I said, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to buy as much fishing gear as I can get right now on my credit card. I ordered me, I think, 15 or 18 rods, new rods, about 16 or 18 new fishing reels, big old bulk things of line, ordered close to 1,000 hooks, uh, 2,000 beads, about 18,000 swivels because I break them off so much. I mean, I literally bought a case of swivels like this. I think it had like almost 20,000 swivels in it. I bought me a rain suit, bought me a tripod, And I started buying all this stuff at one time. And she's like, why are you buying all this at one time? I said, because I got the money right now. I feel like I should buy it now. Go ahead and get it, and I shouldn't have to buy no more gear the rest of the year. Well, sure enough, I'm glad I did, because 7 months later after I bought all that gear, after working 70-hour weeks for 2 years straight, my body gave out. Now, I'm used to working. I've been working since I was 13. But working all the hours I was working, 7 days a week with no breaks, I tell you what, it got ugly. It got real ugly. I wound up in the hospital and everything else. And I've been off work now for almost a year. Well, I don't catfish like drumfish. I don't know. I catch them all the time down here, and I cut them up, and I don't get no bites off of it. Cut drum. I love catching drum, though. It's fun. Froggy! Thanks for coming back in. But yeah, I've been off work for almost a year, y'all, over this health. Oh no. What? You gotta be kidding me. You forgot to get tickets and now they're sold out? Oh man, Froggy. But yeah, I've been off work for a year, y'all, struggling. And the struggle's been real. There's days I come down here and get ready to go do a live, and I get halfway here and my body gives out and I turn around and go home, and I just don't even say, I don't even tell nobody. I'm just like, I'm not even gonna tell anybody I was going live. That's why I do all my lives spur of the moment. I know a lot of my subscribers and stuff have been asking, why don't you ever set up a live? You never advertise for it. You always just do last second live. Well, that's because I've got a 6 block walk up and down hills carrying a bunch of gear. And if I get halfway over here and I start getting lightheaded, dizzy, walking sideways, I turn around and go home. I don't want to keep on canceling lives because I set up a live and then get down here or can't get down here and turn around and go home and have to cancel that live. So I just do them spur of the moment. If I make it down here, I'll go live. But she don't understand why I spent all that money. She's like, why'd you spend all that money on gear like that? Okay, dance school forgot mama, but mama got 3. Okay, I understand that. Dim River Boys, how's it going? We ain't had no luck. We've got something spawning or something crazy going on out here. We don't know what it is. We've got some massive fish, and I'm talking 20, 30, 40-pound fish just splashing everywhere, all along the banks. 4 foot off the bank, 5 foot off the bank. They're just going insane. We haven't seen any yet, but we've been trying to catch them. Sure, I wish I could be young again. Yeah, I tell you what. They say when you start hitting your 40s, it's all downhill. Well, I tell you what, buddy. I hit 49, and I didn't even make it to 50, y'all. I didn't even make it to 50. I hit 49, and that wall hit me back. It hit me back. I was sitting at work. I started getting lightheaded and dizzy. They sent me home. Maybe they was gonna call an ambulance. I wouldn't let them. They sent me home, rolled me out in a wheelchair. Or tried to roll me out in a wheelchair. I wouldn't let them do that either. Sent me home. I went to the hospital, to the doctors the next day. They sent me to the hospital to get a scan. Couldn't find out what's going on. Sent me to another doctor. I started getting other stuff done. They started me on medications to try to see if they could eliminate this and eliminate that. All that did was cause me to start walking sideways. I'm like, well, that's not good when you get lightheaded and dizzy and you walk sideways. Yeah, those are not good combinations, buddy. And to this day, they still don't know what's going on. A year later. A year later and still don't have a clue. That's pretty awful, y'all. I'm serious. Some of it's the fact of I'm supposed to be having another neural scan done. I was supposed to have done had it 7 months ago, but due to the virus and them shutting everything down the way they did, them river boys, I'm on the Ohio River down here in Louisville, Kentucky. But yeah, with them shutting things down the way they did, they had to cancel my appointment and postpone it, and now they can't get me another one. Get away from me, fat. Well, yeah, I mean, if you got the means to do it, JP3, that's what I would suggest, bro. I would suggest that because, like I said, I knew I was going to do this. Like I said, I've been fishing like this for over 35 years. I went in, I bought all the stuff I needed at one time, or everything I thought I would ever need at one time to do this YouTube channel to get me through for at least 2 years. Okay, enough line to get me through for a couple years, enough hooks. You know, I went ahead and did all of it just to make sure that I had the gear. And the reason why I did that is that way I could pay off that credit card because I was getting good money at the time. I could pay off that credit card and go and be out of debt and have that credit card free for when Christmas comes, birthday, stuff like that. So that was the original plan, and it worked out pretty good. And it started off as all that money was going to be spent at CatCon. Uh, I literally had 20. I told my wife, I said, I'm going down and spending $2,500 at CatCon. I said, so expect to see that. You're going to see me spend at least $2,500. Well, then they told me they contacted everybody and said that CatCon was canceled and they was going to be doing it online. I'm like, oh man, y'all going to be doing it live? Really? Well, that's kind of crazy because, yeah, y'all going to be giving out discounts, but I'm still going to have to pay all that extra for shipping. So I started looking at the deals they had, and I'm like, you know what? Right now, Whisker Seeker's running a deal on their rods that's better than what they're going to have at CatCon. They had their 9.5 foot rods for sell for 60. I think it was $61 when they're normally like 90 something. And they said if you spend more than 120 bucks, they ship them for free. So I ordered 3 of those. I was like, okay, well that'll save me some money right there. Well, then Chris Flores, the Muddy River King, he put his rods on during CatCon. He said if you order more than $100, I'll ship them for free. So of course, I ordered 3 Muddy River flathead rods. I was going to order them if I had to pay shipping or not. Now originally I wanted the blue rods, the blue cat rods, because I have I went and bought some Ming Yang 60s that are blue, the same color blue that's on the Muddy River blue cat rod. But unfortunately, he was sold out of the blue cat rods when I went to get them. So I got these flathead rods instead. But I tell you what, I done told my wife and everybody else, I will never part with my flathead rods, ever. And I'm not just saying that because Chris Flores is a good guy. I'm saying that because so far, for my style fishing and for what I do, I have not found a better rod yet. Keep in mind, I have Mad Catz rods. I have the new Bill Dance rod. I've got the King Kong rod. I've got uh, Ugly Sticks. I've got, um, I think I got a Rippin' Lips rod at the house. I've got a South Star rod. I've got at least 17 or 18 different rod companies. And so far, nothing has come close to the Muddy River rods. Nothing. The Mad Cats ain't even close. Nothing is. Personally, I wanted Mad Cats before I wanted the Muddy River. Well, I wanted the Muddy River rods first, but I wanted the Mad Cats about the same time that I wanted the Muddy River rods. And I tell you right now, it took me till this year at Catfish Conference to get me a Mad Cats rod because of my health and me having to leave work. It took me all this time to finally get one. My wife bought me one at Catfish Conference. Beautiful rod. It gave me some problems at first. It made all kinds of noises it shouldn't have made. It finally stopped doing that, which I figured it would, and so did Aaron Catfish Regulators, because he's always big on trying to sponsor them, or not sponsor them, but get their name out there. Uh, and I have no doubts that rod will pull in anything I hook into. That Mad Catz rod will pull anything in you hook into. But you know what? You don't see my Mad Catz rod out here. You won't. This is what you'll see every time I come fishing. Muddy River catfishing rod. That's it. The action on those rods are just so unbelievable. I mean, that's the only rod. Oh, flathead rod's getting smacked. What the heck is that? Beaver. But he ain't nowhere close to my line, is he? I'm gonna chase him over here. No, he's nowhere close to my line. Go out there chasing fish off. Not the ones that bite my hook, the ones that are not biting my hook. Just a beaver. But yeah, for the action that those Muddy River rods have is unreal. Well, he didn't do too good of a job chasing them off. They're still out there doing it. You get hit by a 3-pound fish, and you're gonna know it. You can get hooked by a 70-pound fish and still have the backbone to pull it in. The action on them is perfect. I mean, I have not found another rod even close to the action that those have. So, I'm never gonna change. Never gonna change. And I mean, that's just how I've always been. I mean, Dallas, what's going on? You know, and Jody's Pontoon Jody's Flathead Challenge, Chris Flored's been coming there and everything else, trying to get everybody to advertise rods for him again, because everybody forgot about him. Everybody forgot about him. You know, they switched over and everybody went to Uncle Lou, which Uncle Lou's got some nice rods. But they went over to Uncle Lou, and they went to Mad Catz and pushed Chris Flores, the Muddy River rods, to the side. And like I told him in Jody's tournament, a challenge when I was in there, I've never stopped using them. I will not go out of the house. And I tell everybody in every one of my lives, that's what I'm fishing with, my Muddy River rods. He don't sponsor me. He did give me the shirt I'm wearing right here at Catfish Conference. But other than that, he does not sponsor me. He does not give me kickbacks. The rods that I have, I paid for myself. And I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that because his rods are that nice. They're that great. Like I said, I've had that rod, that green rod right there, has been bent over completely in half, almost touching end to end, and didn't break. To me, I'm cool with that. And when I in John Oler's tournament, when he had that from the bank to your bank account, and I landed that 40-pounder that I had to go in the freezing river at 41 degrees outside, was landed on that orange rod. And that rod handled it like it was a bluegill. So, yep, got no complaints with it whatsoever. I wouldn't mind having the Blue Cat rods still, because they are 6 inches longer. These are 7-foot rods. I wouldn't mind having the 7.5 foot. it would make it harder for me to carry them down here the way I carry my rods. But you know what? That extra 6 inches may give me at least another 4 or 5 yard cast. So wouldn't be a bad thing. But I can already get, even with the 7 foot rods, I can already get 80 to 90 yards on a cast. And in this river, you don't need much more than that. I mean, yeah, granted, it wouldn't be bad, it wouldn't bother me none to get it out there, a good 120, 150 yards. But if I want to do that, I got some 10 foot surf rods at the house that I can bring out and do that. Come on, fishies. Bite my hook. Shut up, nobody asked you. Tell them to bite on a hook and they come up and splash just to tease me. Just to tease me. But I like what they're doing right now. They've gotten quiet. They're not splashing like they were a little bit ago. So that leads me to believe that oh, come on. Now that purple rod, y'all, is only at about 10 foot. Oh crap! Turn more of the wall down. That purple rod's only out about 10 foot. Is all it's casted out. So step off camera for a second. But yeah, it's only cast out about 10 foot. But I was getting ready to say, really, now they're back splashing again. I was getting ready to say, now that they stopped splashing, alright, cool. Now that they stopped splashing, I was getting ready to say, since they're gone, now my fish will start biting. Sure enough, as soon as they stop splashing and moving around, I got a bite. And then all of a sudden they come right back and start throwing my bite off again. I don't know where else to cast. If I could get down past this muddy wall right here, I would probably go down here. Because right about where that tree is, way down there, is about where my flathead hole is. That's where all my flatheads are at. But this right here is just a giant mudslide. And before I move to the spot I'm in right now, I literally walked over to this area. I know y'all can't see me. I literally walked over to this area down here, past these rods, and went across it to get to my flathead spot. And I can promise you right now, I almost slid in the water. There's no way I'm going to be able to carry all my gear down there in that mud, get down there. So this is as far down the road as I can get without going in the water. So I really ain't got no place to move to, or I could move back down to where I started at, but I wasn't getting any better bites there. And that's only, oh crap, getting lightheaded there for a second. That's only 30, 40 yards down the bank, so that ain't gonna do much moving. Maybe here in the next few minutes they'll start picking up now that these fish are starting to slow down. Maybe they were coming through here spawning or something, and I don't know. Maybe now the commotion's starting to slow down a little bit, they might start biting. Here in a minute I might have to switch back over, put some Nightcrawler on that purple rod and see what happens. Because normally by now I would at least caught a drum or a small little baby catfish, especially this close in, I would have done caught something. But right now, I'm not catching anything. So I did just get a hit a minute ago on that purple rod. So I'll give it about 5 minutes. Give it the 5 minute wait, like I always do after a bite. And if it don't come back for it, I might switch it over, put crawler on there, and see if it produces anything. Earlier, the night crawler wasn't working, but that don't mean it won't now. I'm desperate for a fish, y'all. I don't want to sit out here all night without a fish. If you're not gonna bite my hook, go away. Trying to watch behind me, make sure I ain't got no eye shine on the bank. I come down here last year and had what I believe was a mountain lion walk up on me. I know when I got down here, we did a 7 to 7 challenge, and I got down here at 7 o'clock, and it was daylight. There was no footprints behind me because I was down at my spot where the tree's at, and there was no footprints down there. It was soft mud and sand, but there wasn't no prints down there except for mine. Because I was using that tree to fish off of. And then I wound up going in front of it like I am right now. And I kept on hearing something come down in the woods through the whole live. And even Catfish Regulators, because I was doing a 1v1 against him on his channel, even he heard it in the background. You could hear him coming down through the woods. And sure enough, that next morning when I went to leave, I had to leave early, but the sun was starting to come up. There was footprints in the mud this big. And they was all cat prints. Big old cat right behind me. I mean, within 6 foot behind me. And he kept on coming down. He'd come down one angle. I'd shine the light up there, and I see a little glimpse of eye shine. Then it would go away, like he ducked down or whatever. Then he'd come from the. I hear the rustle, and then he'd come back down from the other direction, like he was trying to sneak up on me. And once you have something like that stalking you, yeah, you watch yourself. Oh, smack. Smack it again. That acts like a drum. Could be a flatty. But now, I was getting ready to switch it out to Nightcrawler, but now they just got smacked again. Now I gotta wait again. Yeah, now that splashing stopped a little bit, y'all. Yeah, I mean, damn River Warriors, I have that problem sometimes too. I usually use the circle hooks, and with me having them in the rod holders like I do right now, they usually hook themselves pretty good. Uh, but yeah, I've got some some rods at the house. Matter of fact, the ones I built, my Tech 9 rod I built, custom built it, and I custom built the Snake Slayer rod. They're 9 foot rods. And I tell you what, they don't make them any stiffer than that. Them things, I mean, I could yank a tree in half with them. But the problem of it is, I've noticed that you come out here fishing with them, you don't have enough action. There's no action whatsoever. Uh, I brought out the first day I brought out my Tech 9 rod was Strange Day, which is the strange music national holiday thing they made up or whatever. I brought it out for Strange Days and I was doing a live. And I heard this big fish jump in front of me. I'm like, yeah, I know. I said, I know y'all heard that about that time you see the rod doing this. Tip never bent. It was the rod holder that was bouncing like this. That fish was on that hook. Yeah, it's pretty hilarious. Yeah, so I like that action. I like it. And I'm actually, if I can get some more of them, this purple rod is a B&M Silvercat, little cheap Walmart rod. I tell you what, you hook into a 20, 25 pound fish on that rod, man, you want to talk about fun? About 3 or 4 lives ago, I hooked a 20-pound blue on that purple rod, and I was so he's back hitting it again. I was so excited about it because man, it just the insanity of a rod that flimsy pointing that fish, man, it made it so much more fun. For the longest time, I didn't like it. I brought it out here, so I'm just going to use it strictly for a bait rod, y'all. It's too flimsy. I mean, literally, I've had bluegills bend that rod, you know, so I'm like, yeah, that's just a bait rod. Use it for my carp and everything else to catch carp. Man, after catching that 20 pounder on there, I might get me some more of those. I might have to get me some more of those because it's fun. I want to hook into one of them 60 pounders and pull it in on one of them little light action rods. That's where the fun's at right there. Light tackle, big fish. He's been out there smacking on that purple rod for a while, y'all. We might actually have an active fish. We might actually have an active fish. It's acting like either a drum or a flathead, though. Because usually the blues in this area, when they grab it, or the channels, they grab it, they just leave. They just swim off. There's no hesitation. You don't see the rod bounce. You just automatically see it bend. The flatheads, when they hit it, just smacks it like this. And then the drum do the same thing. Now, I had a lot of people tell me they catch a lot of drum on cut bluegill and stuff like that. I've never had no luck. I've never had no luck catching drum on anything but nightcrawler. Usually, if I got a nightcrawler out, guarantee I'm gonna get a drum that night. But I mean, it could be a drum out there messing with that piece of chunk that cut a bluegill. I don't know. I'd take a drum right now, y'all. Decent sized drum. I wouldn't complain one bit. At least we get a fish on the bank. I wouldn't. I'd take a gar in a heartbeat. But I know I ain't gonna catch a gar. Just about take anything. White bass, whatever's out there jumping. Now, like I said earlier, those could be either carp spawning, because I know they are on the spawn. That could be all carp in here spawning, or it could be striper. Like I said, I've never caught a striper, not up here, but I think from what I was reading the other day, I'm thinking that striper is about to go on spawn too. And one of the fish I did see out here, not the catfish I saw out here, but one of the other fish I seen coming in close, one of the big ones, looked like a scaled fish. So it could be stripers. But you would think if it was a striper, even if they're on spawn, if they would have grabbed that bait, they wouldn't let go of it. Especially if they're on spawn. Oh yeah, that'd be fun, them river boys. Best believe that. Now I've actually done it. I haven't done a video on it, but I did a challenge last year uh, using the little dock demons. And I tell you what, you can't cast them for crap. But I tell you what, if you got a boat or something, if you're fishing off a boat, yeah, you can have a blast with one of them, with them little short rods. We had kitty rods out in John Oiler's couch tournament. I had a little Spider-Man. It was like a 6 foot Spider-Man rod that was set up for bluegill, all plastic. Oh, I mean the rod, the reel is made onto the rod. You can't take the reel off of it or nothing else. It's made on there. It's all one solid piece. It's funky, little kid rod. And we was out there casting it out with 6 ounces of weight with 20-pound test line on it, trying to catch a monster, knowing that that rod and reel wasn't gonna hold it. But we're gonna try. Yeah, that's the fun stuff. I mean, just going out and doing something different makes it so much more fun. Now I got a lot of cool stuff planned for this year. Well, I'm sorry, I had a bunch of cool stuff planned for this year. I don't know if how much of it I'm gonna pull off this year now, but I haven't given up all hope for it yet. But I can promise you one thing: I can't wait till next month. I can't wait to know for I can't wait to know for sure that these fish are off spawn. Because as soon as they come off spawn for sure, I guarantee you I can turn them up in this area. I do every year, and I got some nice fish in this area. For the Ohio River that don't have fish in it, no, this area's got some decent ones still. That's why I done said if I find a net out here, or if I find see any commercial fishermen, I'm sinking their boat. They can go find on another spot. They ain't killing my spot. It's the only spot I found left in the Ohio River I can still catch fish in. They better stay away. Well, I can catch them in other spots too, but this is by my house. It's a spot that I can get to, and I catch decent fish here. I know that I'm coming down here, and at the very minimum on a bad year, I'm going to catch at least a 40. Which here in Kentucky, on the Ohio River, is pretty much considered trophy class because they've taken all the hundreds and 80s out of here, commercial fishing. And according to Kentucky Fish and Wildlife, 30-pound fish is considered trophy class here in Kentucky now because they took all the big ones out. So I can get at least 3 or 4 trophy sized fish every year, minimum, out of this spot. And I've hooked into some a lot bigger. A lot bigger. I just never got to get them landed. And then I found out part of what I was doing wrong. So we're going to try to see if we can change that up this year. I had one break me off last year that was probably pushing 60 or 70 pounds. And he broke me off. That ain't going to happen again. I mean, fish are going to break you off either way it goes. But I was using oh, I missed him, y'all. I missed him. He had it bent, but he didn't have it bent enough. He was doing that slow pull on it. He kept on going like this. And I waited till he had a pull like this, so I knew he had it in his mouth. I felt it grazing, but I don't think he got the hook. So I throw it right back out there in the same spot. Tease him a little bit. Cast it out, pull it in. Cast it out, pull it in. Make him work for it. Maybe next time he sees it, he'll grab it and run. Of course, we got a barge coming through down from this direction. So if he's still out there getting active, he comes out there and taps it again, he might run with it when this barge comes through because it's been so calm through here the last 2 hours. This will be the time you get a barge bite. Now usually when I'm fishing down here on the river, I get barge bites a lot. Everybody says they don't exist. Yeah, they do. But the only time they exist is when the water's like it is right now. Well, besides them fish out there jumping like crazy already, like they've been doing. When it's calm like this, because it looks like a sheet of glass. I mean, the current's ripping. The current's literally, if I throw a bottle out there right now with a glow stick in it, which I won't do because I don't litter, but you can watch how fast it just takes off down the river, just gone. That fast. The current's ripping, but it's like a solid sheet of glass on top, just smooth. When it gets like this for a couple hours straight, and then you have a barge come through and disrupt that, that's when they usually hit. If you have barge after barge after barge after barge, and the water stays just choppy, yeah, they don't do no good. Buddy, leave me alone. Go out there, just tease me some more. Now, I have found that usually when the water does get like this, where it's like a solid sheet of glass, is when I get my best action. I think the only thing stopping us tonight is all these fish jumping. I'm wondering, like I said, I'm wondering if it is the carp coming in here to spawn. And if they're coming in here to spawn, if all their noise and them spawning has got the catfish just hiding out or whatever. Yeah, I mean, if you go to a place where they catch a lot of fish like that, I agree with them. I have nothing against. I catch, release everything just about. I usually don't take anything home unless it's bait. But I don't have nothing against somebody taking fish, for real. I don't. Does it bother me when they take them big 30s and 40s? Oh, he's back, y'all. I'm okay. I forgot I got my headpiece in. I can still talk to y'all. Sometimes it does bother me when they take them big 30s and 40s. But see, at the same time, you don't want them 30s and 40s. We found out the hard way. I missed a comment. Sunfish, what's up? But yeah, you don't really want them 30s and 40s and big fish anyway to eat. Especially out of this river. We didn't know what we was doing 35 years ago. We didn't. It wasn't nothing for us to go out and catch a 40, 50 pounder a night. You know, sometimes 5 or 6 of them. You know, so it wasn't nothing for us to catch. I mean, on average, we catch at least, I'd say probably 5 to 6 40 pounders a week. Okay. Back then, my PB, my personal best, was a 102-pound blue. Almost hit the state record. So we had massive fish. Well, we didn't know no better. You know, we young guys. At the time, I was, you know, just starting fishing. I was only like 18, 19 years old. So we catch fish. We're like, hey, let's take some fish home and cook them. Well, one day my brother-in-law went down there. He caught about a 30-pounder. He took it home, filleted it, ate it, got sick. Got sick as a dog. I mean, he was sick for like 3 or 4 days. Garfish there. I'll tell you what, I'll take a gar right now. I would take a gar in a heartbeat. At least I'm getting something. Sunfish all night. No exaggeration. All night. I've had some monster fish. I'm thinking it's spawning carp or whatever. I've had massive fish. I'm talking 20s and 30s pound fish jump all the way around me. And I mean, it's like you're not getting one jump. You're not just getting a small little jump here and there. No, they're jumping by the thousands. It has been nonstop craziness to where they're literally, I mean, it sounds like being at a public swimming pool. They just now started dying down and stopped doing that as much. So now my fishing activity might pick up. I started getting bites now that they've done that. Give me a second, y'all. I'll be right back over there. I'm trying to find my other power bank when I get with it. Let's see here. What do we do here? Power bank, power bank, power bank. We've had some major crazy action down here with some kind of fish. I don't know if they're carp or what they are. I know they're not gar, but they ain't been biting the hook. Hey, that's awesome, sunfish. I'll take a 4-foot gar in a heartbeat, man. Those, I love catching gar. I do. That's my second favorite fish to catch. My second favorite fish to catch because they will fight you forever. But yeah, it's been a nightmare down here. I'm trying to find out if they got a if it's fish spawning or if there's a gill net out here. It acts like there's a gill net because they're all lined up in one little area out here straight on down, about a quarter mile down. I told everybody, if I find out there's a gill net out there, I've cast it out with the orange rod as far as I can. I whirl it in, get stuck on something, and find out it's a gill net. As soon as the sun comes up, I'm taking a swim, and I'm pulling that gill net in and I'm cutting it up. Yeah. Yeah, I usually don't take them. If I'm gonna eat them, I probably won't out of this river. Uh, Fish on, y'all, fish on. About dang time. Give me a second, y'all. Let me get some light on the subject. You ain't out that far, though. Uh, really? You ain't gonna believe this. This is going down in the record book, y'all. See if I can get it in. Let me see if I can get it in, y'all. On the other line here. We found out what was fighting, what was out here swimming, y'all. It is carp. It is big old carp. This is probably my record carp, y'all. It's probably my record carp. Give me a second, y'all. I gotta weigh this guy. He is a beast, and I just caught him on a piece of bluegill. I've got to weigh him, and I just caught him on bluegill, y'all. Y'all get to see something new that I've never heard of before. Like, when you go out the scales, they put it on the metal because I don't want to tear it. My daughter got me this net, I don't want to tear it up. Don't lock in. Give me a second. Come on. Set. Come on, lock in. Wipe that off where y'all can see. 19.81. I wish it was 50 pounds. He looks like a 50 pounder, but he weighed out 19 pounds, right at 19 pounds, y'all. It's a big old beastie carp. Caught on bluegill. Caught on bluegill. Come here, buddy. Come on, don't kick. Slimy too. Here y'all go. Big old carpy carp. That's what's out there, y'all. He's making all kinds of racket. I'm gonna let him go. Poor thing. Actually, did anybody get a good picture of that? This is gonna be a record carp for me, y'all. Let me get a better picture. I don't care if he's making all kinds of noise or not. Alrighty. Now let's let him go. Come on, buddy. Let's go. All right, y'all, fishing. Woo! Carp or not, I'll take it. Give me a second, I gotta regain my composure from my rag. Skunk is off the bank, y'all. Skunk is off the bank. With a new record size carp. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I never had caught one on bluegill, but you know what? We're gonna try that again. Yeah, I know it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking it was a big head. I'm not sure if it was or not. If it was, I'm not sure I was supposed to put it back in. I don't know. I know I've never caught one on bluegill. I know that. But I'm gonna throw it back out there, just like we did a minute ago. Same spot and everything. Same distance out there. You see what happens. And I caught him in the mouth, y'all. That's the thing. Now, I would have understood if I caught him in the side or his tail, snagged into him. But no, I actually caught him in the mouth. Turn my light off. Did y'all hear that splash? I know y'all heard that splash. Yeah, I'm thinking that's a big head carp. Yeah, it could be out of the silver. Like I said, I don't know my carp. I know my grass carp, and I know my common carp. That's about it. He kind of looked like a common because he had a goldish tint to him. And our commons here are gold. Of course, I don't think it's a common because common don't get that big, I don't think. But then again, I'm not a carp fisherman. I am not a carp fisherman. I don't know. I'm just excited. That was neat. That's one good, definitely going down in the record books for me. Definitely going down the record books. Now, see if he would have been uh, if he'd been a lot smaller, I would have been keeping him. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let's catch some more. Let's catch some more of those, y'all. Heck, if that's what's out there moving like that, like I said, if that's what's out there doing that, then maybe I need to switch up and put Nightcrawler back on that rod. Heck, if that's the case, if they're going to be biting small pieces of bluegill and the catfish ain't biting, maybe I ought to turn this into a carp live. Reel in this orange rod, change out the hook on it, throw some Nightcrawler on it, throw some, or a piece of cut bluegill, one of the two on there. Pull it in, throw it out 5-10 foot like I'm doing on this other one, and see what happens. Yeah, we've got the Asian carp here, unfortunately. And that might have been one of them, but it didn't look like it. The head didn't look like it, at least. It could have been, I don't know. I just know that that's a nice fish, y'all. But you can tell they must be spawning up here. One, that's probably, like I said, I told y'all I seen a big scaly fish. One, the reason why I say they must be spawning is because I keep on hearing so many of them jump out there. And two, he didn't fight much. That big old fish did not fight. I mean, not at all. I mean, yeah, I only pulled him in 5 or 6 foot, but well, maybe about 10 foot. But either way it goes, he did not fight. He did not pull that rod at all. I had a 4-pound blue the other day, or a couple weeks ago, bend that rod and fight harder than that carp did. So he must be exhausted from the spawn. Yes. Wrong species, y'all, but we got a fish. What is that noise down there, man? Make sure I don't see no eye shine in the dang woods again. I mean, I expect to see eye shine because the whole area behind me, y'all, is all nothing but woods. It's not a dense woods because they've got a piece of it cut out, but it gets wide. I mean, it gets about half-mile wide at some points, and then some parts get close to a mile wide. But this spot right here is very narrow. But we do have a lot of we've got a lot of deer up here, turkey. We got some muskrats and some other stuff up here. So yeah. Well, y'all, it's a carp up here spawning. That's probably why the catfish ain't biting, y'all. All I can do is hope that they're not going to be up here doing this for a long period of time. Because apparently it's going to affect the catfishing. But like I said, if we can't catch a catfish, I'll keep that green rod out there with my live uh, green sunfish on it. I'll keep it casted out there for a flatty just in case he comes through. If we hook into another one of those on that purple rod, then I'll switch up my tactics. We'll make it a carp video or carp live. I'd rather catch carp than nothing at all. I'd rather catch any fish than nothing at all. But when you're catching fish that size, yeah. Yeah, if he was probably a third the size that he was, I would have kept him. I don't keep them. I don't keep them unless they're under 5 pounds. I like them smaller carps. I like the common carp best, but I tell you what, common carp are some of the best bait for catfish there are that I have found. I have not found a better bait yet than carp. But there again, they've got to be under this, or I'm not keeping them. You know, it's like that big carp right there. I wouldn't have no use for that big carp. I couldn't put him in my freezer. He wouldn't fit. I'd have to cut him up into sections, put him in baggies, put him in my freezer, and then he wouldn't be as good because, well, he's already been cut up. Plus, where I'm at, yeah, I know it's the best carp. Sunfish is the best carp, or best catfish bait I found by far so far. It's the best bait I found. But one that size it's a waste of time to take it. Unless you've got some super freezer that nobody else in the world in the universe has that can hold a couple of those, there's no sense of taking them. Unless you can get it back to your house live or whatever, put in a bait tank or something, yeah. Then I can see taking it, but yeah. For what I'm doing, there's no sense in it. None whatsoever. I would just be wasting my time taking it. Power bank stopped charging. I want to make sure my phone stays charging, y'all. I don't want it to go dead on me. But yeah, I like them small, 3, 4, 5 pounders. I will take them all day long. But see, there again, I have to walk 6 blocks with all this gear up and down hills. The last thing I want to do is to try to add another 20 pounds to that. I brought 7 pounds of sunfish and bluegill with me. Well, you include the water, about 7 pounds with me that I don't have to take home. So if I hook into a 4-pound carp, I just make sure I get rid of all my bluegill and sunfish because they're already dead anyway, and I'll take the carp instead. Take him home, put him in the freezer. I'll put him in a freezer baggie, get all the air out of it, like vacuum seal him, and I'll keep him. And then I'll have good bait. But yeah, it's the first I've ever seen that, y'all. First time I've ever seen anything like it. I've never seen a carp caught on a piece of cut bluegill. I'm waiting to see if another one comes back and hits it. Because if another one hits it, then that's going to be awesome, y'all. But like I said, that purple rod is my carp rod, y'all. That's what I actually started using it for when I first got it. To catch carp and catch bait fish. Because it was so lightweight. I mean, it's a medium heavy, but their medium heavy is like my lightweight. It's not like a regular medium heavy, it's like a light. Turn this up a little bit, y'all, where y'all can see the tip of the rod. Yeah, but their medium heavy is my light. I need to weigh that net. My daughter just got me that net for Father's Day, and I haven't weighed it yet. I know my other net weighed 1.1 or something like that. That's a hair heavier, so it's probably about 2 pounds. So it's probably about 17-pound carp. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go weigh that just to find out. Need to know, y'all. Need to know. But this net's a lot nicer than the one I had. I promise you. And it's made for carp and stuff because it's got the rubber covering on the net. The netting's covered the rubber stuff. Alright, let's power up. Oh, he hit it too, y'all. He hit it. I think they're gonna catch some more carp, y'all. I think that's what we're catching tonight's carp. 1.6 is what my net weighed. 1.6. So that was right at an 18-pound carp. And another one just smacked it, so. And I missed him because I wasn't paying attention. Oh well. If he hit it, he'll be back. If he hit it once, he'll come back, y'all. Yeah, that's why I usually go after sunfish, is them smaller ones. Not these big old beasts that are out here right now. But you know what? If them big old beasts are going to keep on taking my bait and keep on biting like they just did, guess what? I'm taking them. I'm not going to keep them, but at least we're catching fish and we're catching sizable fish. Maybe I'll get lucky and hook a 50 or 60. You know, I hadn't planned. Now, I hadn't planned on keeping track of my carp. I mean, I said something to my wife this year that I'm going to keep track of every fish caught, including every sunfish caught. And I'm going to keep the numbers up on them. I'm not going to worry about the sizes of all of them. I'm going to take the biggest of, each one, but the rest of them I'm not even going to worry about. I wasn't even going to include carp. Because usually when I catch carp, I was going to count them as how many carp I caught. Size wasn't a big deal because usually all I catch is 3 and 4 pounders, just small ones. So I wasn't going to count the weight on those. I was just going to say carp. Well, now I think I got to change that, y'all. Now I got to change that for real. Where's my brother NJ when I need him? He's a die-hard carp fisherman. He'd get a kick out of that. He'd definitely get a kick out of me being down here fishing, carp fishing with bluegill. And the fact I just got hit again, I'm gonna let it go one more time. If he hits it another time, I'm gonna pull that orange rod in, y'all, and put it out close. I swear to you, I am. Because if I ain't gonna catch any catfish tonight because of these dang carp, I'm gonna catch these dang carp. And he hit that hard, just like he did the first time. At first I didn't see it bend because I had my back turned, trying to weigh that dang net, and then I had to look to make sure the net wasn't sitting on the line. Then I realized the net wasn't touching the line, and then it let off as soon as I went to grab the rod. But yeah, if I ain't gonna catch catfish, I'll change out that hook on that rig on that orange rod. I'll reel it in and hook it up and put on a smaller hook and a piece of bait on there for and pull it in close. See how many of them we can catch in one night or in a couple hours. I might have to check that purple rod because that bait wasn't on there real good. Because I put the piece of bait on that was on there that fish that was originally on there that first carp took. I just put it back on there and he tore it up. So it wasn't on there real good. But sorry y'all, I got a bad nicotine habit and I try not to smoke on cam, so I'm trying to stay off camera so I can take care of my habit. Looks like my purple lights are getting dim, y'all. Might have to change them batteries out. I was hoping I wouldn't have to change batteries all night, but it's getting pretty dim, so I may have to. Well, I can't understand if that's carp. I've always caught my carp on night crawler. Always. I mean, I can throw a night crawler out there and catch them on accident. How I usually catch my carp. And I'll catch 10 or 15 of them a year on accident using night crawler. I had a night crawler out there tonight and all this mess of them swimming around. I had a night crawler out there for almost 3 hours. Did not get hit. I got a little nibble. So that makes no sense. Yeah, wind needs to stop blowing because it's starting to hang my light over. Bounce my light rod because I got a big pole holding my light up, but it's real flimsy. Especially since it ain't acting right today. It's not going in there all the way. And it's wobbling. And since that light's supposed to do like 16 different things, it's supposed to hold a charge for 12 hours. You're supposed to be running on high for 12 hours and like 48 or 72 on low or something like that. And it goes dead after 3 hours of high of turning it on and off. I'm pretty sure when they say it's waterproof, it probably ain't. And right now I got a lot of weight up there with it. I put a power bank up there with it to charge it because it was going dead. All right, let me check this bait, y'all. He smashed that thing. What's still on there? No, it ain't. Only thing on there is the skin. Get another piece of bait on there. Throw me another small piece of bait out there. See what we can catch, y'all. hair further than that. Not much. Hair further than that. About another foot and a half. Not like this. That's why I got the last one. That last foot there. So right there. I'm right. And I'm gonna change the batteries on this, y'all. Because with this one, if one get action, I want to get it to it. My orange rod looks like it's dimming down some too, but nothing like the purple rod. That purple rod looks like it's almost completely dead. Oh, orange rod's still pretty bright. This one looks like it's almost dead. Now watch, I'll get a hit while I'm trying to change these batteries out. Come on. Come on first so I can hurry this done, yo. Don't mess with it. I'm just bouncing that orange rod, y'all. Maybe we're gonna get the takedown on that. To be honest. That's got a big old chunk of blue on it. It's pretty far out. It's out there good 80 yards. I'm pretty sure that won't be a cart doing that. It's bouncing it. Could be a baby on there. That'd be under 4 or 5 pounds, which I doubt he'd be able to get that in his mouth, but there's no telling. Oh yeah, that's party, y'all. Yeah, the orange rod is hitting there bouncing like this, y'all. I don't know if there's something on the line or what. We're gonna find out here in a second though, because yeah, I don't wanna leave it sit out there too long. Yeah, he's bouncing it a little bit. Check, make sure my phone's still charging. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna hit this orange rod down now. I'm gonna crank down on it, keep it bouncing like this. Let's see if there's fish on there or not, y'all. Feels like it's snagged on something, but it felt like there was something pulling on it. Maybe something drifted down into it, I guess. I hope I don't break off. God, dang it. Boy, it's down in there. That's gonna be a pain to get that rope loose. I don't know what this is, y'all. Maybe there is a net out there like I thought there was. But I feel something pulling against me. When I pull, it's got give, but it won't let go. Now, I felt the slip a minute ago. Yeah, I don't know. might try to see if I can't break this line, I guess. Which ain't gonna be fun, y'all. Breaking these lines off when they're not snagged into something hard and sharp is not fun. Because I'm running 30-pound main, and this 30 pound is more like 40, and a 200-pound swivel, and I've got a 60 pound, it's either 60 or 80 pounds, I think it might be, yeah, it's 80 pound leader line, so it's not gonna break too easy. Yeah, it breaks too easy. Walk down the bank a little bit, y'all. Maybe I can walk down and break it loose. That ain't gonna happen, y'all. I ain't walking down the bank to break it loose out of that snag. She's definitely in there. Alright, come on. Nah. Man. She broke, finally. But there's two falls on this. Oh. Yeah, I fell down in there. Ain't that something? Yeah, whatever I hooked into, y'all, was not something hard. It wasn't like a hard, sharp object, a rock, or anything like that. I'm wondering if there is a net out there. I'm thinking all that carp action, all that noise was because of the net. I mean, that's what I thought the whole night until I caught that carp. That just lets me know that they're probably in here. If they're eating cut bluegill, then they're most likely spawning or getting ready to spawn. So, they got to be feeding before they spawn, or they're just coming off spawn, one of the two. So that's probably what all that commotion was. Probably didn't have anything to do with the net out there like I thought it was. Maybe they're just out there spawning on the edge of that drop off. But y'all saw the bend I put in this rod, trying to break this line. That's that Muddy River rod, y'all. They don't give. Or they give, but they don't give. You ain't breaking one too easy. I got more faith in this rod than I do in my reel. And I got an Abu Garcia 5500 or something like that on there. One of the cheap ones, the low budget ones. Now I'm trying to debate on what size weight and hook I want to put on there, you know. Caught a carp up close and missed one. So I'm debating on if I should put a small hook and rig on here. But at the same time, it looks like the sun's trying to come up on me. So should I go back to my catfish rig and see if the catfish come in here in the morning? I don't know. I'm probably gonna end this live either way it goes here in about another half an hour or so, but debating on if I should save the catfish rig up. Trying to clear out one of my no rows. For some reason it's acts like it's clogged up and don't want the line to go through it. I don't know what could be in there clogging it up besides some sand. Sure the guy just stiff 80-pound line should go. Oh. That's another fish, y'all. Oh, did he get off? I think he got off. Yeah, he got off. Another fish, you take it, y'all. Yeah, they're gonna be biting crazy right here, y'all. Them carp are gonna be insane. He didn't get my bait though. I'm gonna go right back out there. Not right there. I don't know what the heck that was. Twist the top, cross top of my line. Cross top of my rod. I can't believe I missed that, y'all. He had that rod bent. Come on. Another one of them carp, I guarantee it. That's why I said I don't know what to put on here, y'all. Let's see if I can find another sinker. I need to start watching them rods. Ah. Amazing. Look at that, y'all. Gotta find another one of my no rows. I pour my own no rows. I made the mold out of a 2x4, and it seems like for some reason they weighed out 8 ounces. But man, I tell you what, the density on them and stuff is different than the density on the 8 ounces I got. The 8 ounces I bought are ridiculous. They feel more like 10 ounces or something. These no rows I made, they're wider and flatter. They seem to work a lot better in this water. All my big fish have come on my own no rows. I ain't got many of them left. Don't have many of them left. My battery's going dead in the orange rod now. I gotta be careful, y'all. I keep on turning my back to this dang rod. And with takedowns like that, I can't afford to do that. Trying to find me a rig. Got a bunch of pre-made rigs. I'm trying to find out what size I want. I don't think I need anything over a 8-aught. Because if these fish are still acting like they're on spawn, 7 or 8 should be fine. Oh, I got a 9 right there. I think it's a 9. Yeah, 9. Cool. Perfect. I'll use a 9, y'all. Wind's picking up like crazy. Yeah, it's blowing my bags everywhere. I can take my bags out. Nautilus, man. Nautilus. Check on my chat. Make sure I ain't miss anybody coming in or anything. I mean, I did just miss a big fish, so I could probably miss somebody coming in. Fish in the dot. See, like I said, I had to check. How's it going? Dot, we're out here catching 17-pound carp on cut bluegill. I know that sounds insane. That's what I said too. But guess what? We done landed one. I done missed two. Give me a second. I broke off on one of my catfish rods. I set all these up for catfish rods today. Every one of them was set up for catfish. I wasn't planning on carp fishing. I come out here and the carp was spawning and going insane. And sure enough, figured, you know what? I'm gonna pull one in close and see what happens. We got the carp on it. So now I'm gonna keep it in close. I done missed two since then. I ain't gonna miss another one though. He takes it over like he did a minute ago. I'm gonna be on him. Now I'm trying to get this rig tied up as fast as I can. Now I said I probably should put a carp rig on this one, but I'm not going to. We'll run a 9-aught catfish size. But of course, with the size carp that is, a 9-aught ain't too big for that sucker. Not for real. I could have put my whole hand in that fish's mouth. So if they're that big out there, then it shouldn't matter if I got a 9-aught hook on here. I still might throw it in close for that first part of it and see what happens. But the sun's starting to come up now, so here in a little bit I'll be calling it quits. If my phone don't die before then. Then again, I might go ahead and end the live here in about 25-30 minutes like I said I was going to, depending on how bright the sun is. And I may just sit out here and see what happens. See if the catfish ever wake up. I can promise you now, I gotta come back out here Sunday. Me and my little brother coming out Sunday. If they're still out here jumping and acting a fool like this, then we will be making a carp video. It will not be a cat video, it will be a carp video for sure. Because now that I know what they're doing, I'm not gonna sit out here the whole night and not catch fish. And since they didn't eat my night crawlers, for some reason, if they didn't eat my night crawlers, if they don't die before I get home, which they might, that's why I said if I depend on the sun, bring my night crawlers back out here with me this weekend. They don't die on me. Come on, hook. I ain't never had this much problem trying to hook a rig, y'all. But I'm sitting there watching this. I'm more worried about watching this purple rod than I am trying this rig. It's a problem. Because last time I turned my back on it, they took it way down. So I'm too busy watching it than to watch my dang, what I'm doing over here tying this rig. I would have done had it tied up. I can usually tie them up in a matter of seconds. But I don't want to miss another one of them fish. And you know, you wouldn't think, they say carp, to catch a carp, you have to have thin line that they can't see. You have to have all this other crazy stuff. You wouldn't think that I'd be getting fights like I am. One, on cut bluegill, and two, since I have 80-pound high vis yellow mono leaders. They're literally 80-pound mono high vis. There is no way, me being 10 foot from the bank, that these fish are not seeing and feeling these leaders. There's no way. There's not a person out here that can tell me that they ain't. They gotta be seeing these leaders and feeling these leaders. Alright, grab me a small piece of gill, y'all. Small piece of bait. It's a huge hook for trying to catch a carp with, but I'm gonna leave it right up here like I did the other one. We're gonna see. Till the sun comes up. And right there, we got my purple line too. So, come on. Get it together, Troy. Awful lot of heavy gear. You're trying to catch a carp. Yeah, battery's gonna get in my orange rod, y'all. Now I gotta try to find batteries for my orange rod. Really? And the sun will be up in a few minutes. It's already 5:40. Yeah, y'all, I'll probably end this live about 6 o'clock, y'all. About 20 minutes from now. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I got about 15 minutes. You know what? We can see that orange rod, even without the lights on it. So I'm not even gonna mess with it. There's no sense of me digging in my bag to try to find the 2 batteries I got left in there. And those 2 batteries only have a half a charge left. So there's no sense in it. And the green rod's about to get ready to cut out too. So there's no sense in it. The sun's coming up. It's getting bright enough to see out here without it. So I'm gonna leave it like it is. And I'm thinking the fishing's about to die even worse, y'all. I honestly do. I think I haven't heard them big carp splash in the last 20-25 minutes. So about 25 minutes. Ever since that sun started coming up over that hill, I haven't heard them splash. I think that last good takedown that I missed is going to be the last one I got. Something tells me that. I'm going to take off my headlamp. I don't need it anymore. It ain't daylight yet, but it's getting there. We're getting enough light to where I'll be able to see. I mean, we can already see the rod without any lights, so. I bet you they won't bend that middle rod over. That orange rod that ain't lit up, I bet you they won't bend that over like they did that purple rod. That's my Muddy River. They ain't bending it like that. They'll bend it over good. Like I said, they've got real good action on them, but nothing like they are that purple one. That purple one, they trying to take it in the river. Bad about it is, I don't see his comments in here. Yeah, bad thing about it is my little brother come in here for a little bit earlier. He said he's gonna leave me playing, but I think he went to sleep. And less than 30 minutes after he left the stream, I landed that carp. He waited in here for an hour and a half, 2 hours, waiting to see a fish before he went to bed. And the fish I caught, he didn't see. Yeah, I'm wondering if the sun's gonna mess up that carp fishing we've having going on. Because I have not seen not one of them splash since the sun started coming up. Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe they'll move out and the catfish will move in. That'd be great. But then again, it's also clouding up and the wind's picking up by 5 or 10 miles an hour. My whole light's just swaying up here, just going insane. Well, I'm seeing some commotion out there about the same distance out my baits are out, so maybe we get lucky. Maybe they still are in here, y'all. Oh, Dallas, for real? You know I've done that myself, though. You know what's worse than all that, though, Dallas? Honestly, what's worse than that is I was never a coffee drinker until I got with my wife. Now I drink about a pot and a half by myself a day. And every time I come down here fishing, first thing I do as soon as I get down here, holler, man, I wish I had a cup of coffee. Now I actually have a thermos, a small thermos at the house that'll fit about 2 cups of coffee, maybe 3, that works overtime. I'm talking this thermos will stay hot for hours. And I never bring it. Never bring it. Right now it's sitting in my garage because I had my recording studio in the garage until my editing computer blew up, because the computer I was making all my videos on blew up. So I took my studio computer and brought it in the house and tried to edit videos on it, which don't work, so now I got to put it back out in the garage. But I had it out there so I can have coffee out there in the studio, and I've never went out there and get it and bring it in and wash it back out and use it. It was empty when I got done using it the last time, so I know luckily it ain't gonna be full of mold or nothing, but it needs to be cleaned out. But it's because it's been sitting out there for 2 weeks. And I never think to bring it. Never think to bring it. And the bad thing about it is every time I leave my house, right before I leave, I make a pot of coffee. Every time. While I was getting, I put a pot on, I started getting my gear together that I have in the house, my power banks, my batteries. I keep all my electronics in the house. Because I had a smartwatch out in my garage, and the heat from being in the garage caused it to explode. So now I keep all my power banks, all my batteries, and everything else in the house. That way they don't explode. I was getting all that together. I put on a pot of coffee. As soon as it got done, I poured me a cup, was sipping on my cup of coffee while I was walking around, putting everything in my bag and everything else, and then I left. Fresh pot of coffee. Panda One says when I get home, there will be none. There will be none. My wife will probably drink it all before I get home. I think I need to take this light down, y'all. This thing's got me scared. I'd like to have it up just in case we get another bite before I leave end the live. so y'all can actually see. But it's swaying pretty hard. My rod's almost bent in half, so I really don't want to lose my light and my power bank that's just barely taped on there to the river. Seriously, my rod, that it's leaning. It's bending right there. Trying to bend. It's like sideways. And it's wind gusting at 10, 15 mile an hour right now. And it's just going, yeah. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I depend on this light way too much to let it, let that happen. I don't need it anyway. I'm about to call it in a few minutes, so we'll make do. We will make do. As soon as the sun comes up, I'll pack up, and then well, I can see what I'm doing. That way, I don't have to sit out here and try to pack up in the dark. That's what I usually do. I'll pack up as soon as the sun comes up, and then I'll try to hustle and get home before it gets sun comes up way too much. And if the wind wasn't blowing and my phone was actually still charging, I would probably sit out here after I got off the live for about a half an hour, 45 minutes, and just let the rods do their thing. But now that we done start talking about coffee, and since I've only eaten once since I got up yesterday, I might want to go home and get some coffee and something to eat. I don't know. We got another 10 minutes to find out, y'all. Got about another 10 minutes to find out. If I ain't got a hit on one of these rods in 10 minutes, then most likely when I end the live, I'll start packing up. Because I think that sun and that wind, mainly that sun, is causing them fish not to be moving around like they were. Because I'm still seeing them come up to the surface, like they're eating bugs off the surface, but nothing like they were earlier. Man, when it was at night last night, man, there was so many of them, you could walk across the top of them. That's exactly me. That's exactly me, Dallas. Every time I pack up and it's still dark outside, I forget something. It doesn't help that you have to walk through woods. Ernie Brown, what is going on? It doesn't help the fact that I got to walk through woods that I know has coyotes because we've seen them, and I know for a fact it's got a mountain lion in it, or had a mountain lion in it. Yeah, it's not fun to walk through those woods at night. So, yeah. Ernie, it was a carp fest, buddy. And I'm not saying that lightly. We sit out here last night, and in that whole live, all you hear is loud splashes. I'm talking crazy, insane splashes. All around us, rods would not move for nothing. All of a sudden, and if I would have known that's what I could have done it. I pulled this purple rod in close, about 10 foot out, with a piece of cut bluegill on it. Landed a 17, well, right at 18-pound carp. Right off the bank, dude. And then missed two more within a few minutes apart. They took his rod in half. 10 foot out, catching them on cut bluegill. Yeah. 10 foot out. And I tell you what, I had my back turned. I was trying to weigh the net to see how much the net weighed. Because when I weighed that carp, he was 19.41. And I wanted to weigh my net. And I had my net over here and had my back turned. I turn around, the rod is bent in half. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. and I missed him. And then I walked up here to rig up my other rod, and when I did, it was bent completely in half again. And I got over there, and I thought I had him on, but I didn't. And then the sun started coming up. Since then, we haven't had a nibble. I'm still seeing them out here because they're coming up to the top and just grabbing stuff off the top of the water. But I tell you what, last night it was insane. If I would have known I could catch them with bluegill, 10 foot off the bank, we would have been catching carp all night. So we only got one fish all night, and that was about an hour ago when we caught that carp. But I tell you what, I'll take a 17, 18 pound carp all day. He filled my net up. And then I broke off on my orange rod, my center rod, which you can't see my rods no more. The batteries done went dead in them. The center rod is my orange rod. The last one's my green rod, which used to be my blue rod, but the lights went out on it. So the center rod, I broke it off trying to reel in because I thought last night, I thought somebody had a gill net out because I kept on hearing all these carp, these fish splash, like they're starting to flash again, but right in one certain area, all the way down the bank for almost a half mile straight. It was just nonstop, and they was all out the exact same distance. And I'm like, I bet you somebody's got a dang gill net out there. And I was gonna go out there and cut the gill net this morning if they would have had one out there, but no, it was just a carp out there spawning. But I broke off, so I put it back out there, 10 foot in front of us with a piece of cut bluegill. So both of these are in heavy carp territory. I still have a live green sunfish on my very last rod. He probably ain't too lively yet now. He got crushed earlier by something. Pulled it in. He was barely moving, and was covered in slime. So I'm guaranteeing it was a flatty. Guaranteeing it was a flatty. I was hoping if the carp stop biting and the sun comes up that the catch will get back on. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna stay out here much longer anyway. The wind's picking up like crazy, and I told everybody I was gonna end this stream here in a few minutes. Yeah, here in about 5 minutes or so. Yeah, I've never caught them like that, Ernie. They're still out there moving though. They're still out there moving. 10 foot off the bank. They're not doing what they were earlier, but they're still moving around 10 foot off the bank. I got 2 rods out there for them. Worst case scenario is I'll catch another one in the next 5 or 10 minutes. And that's what I'm going to do because I plan on ending this stream in about 5 minutes. Well, depending on how the sun comes up, I might go another 10 if it depends on the sun. But if I get ready to shut down the live and catch another fish, I'll keep the live another 10 minutes. But I doubt that's going to happen. Because, I mean, once I started casting out there in that little distance out there with that bluegill, it was hit after hit after hit. But see, I had a rod out there like that all night and it never got hit. It got a little nibble. And then all of a sudden, it was like right before the sun come up, they started going crazy. Just smashing. Yeah, Ernie, I don't know. I don't trust their weather around here. Yesterday, I looked at the weather map for our local news, our local weather. I'm going to go over and take care of my bad habits. I'm still trying to talk to you. But they said that I checked my local weather, and they said that we wasn't supposed to have, today was a 10% chance. Yesterday, today was a 10% chance. Tomorrow, or yesterday was a 10% chance. Today was a 10% chance, and then Saturday was a 50% chance. Okay, well, I need to go out Thursday for sure because Friday, into Friday night, they're talking rain late Friday night. Well, then I come out here, I start packing up and coming out. The skies turned dark, started drizzling. I'm like, what's going on? I went in, they changed it from a 10% to 40%. And then they changed it back to 10%. They can't make up their minds. And I'm going by hour, and they had 2 hours that was 40% chance, which was right when I got out here, because I got out here at 8 o'clock. And from 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock, I had a chance of 40% chance of rain. Then it dropped down to 7%. And I've only got a 6% chance of rain until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Then it goes up to 11%. So I'm like, really? I'm going to go ahead and turn these lights off, y'all, because these last lights down here are flashing, and I don't want to burn my batteries up. My batteries are actually sticking to the shit. I literally, no exaggeration, I just bought these rechargeable batteries, and I've already got a set of them, and I've had them less than a month, and I've already got a set of them that don't work. I put them in my charger last night, and they was flickering on and off like they wasn't charging. And then I was like, yep, there's that bad set I thought I had, because I put them in my rod last week, and or a couple weeks ago when I was out, and they only worked about an hour and a half, and then I had to change my batteries back out. Yeah, put them in my charger, and they flash like they're bad. So they lasted 3 trips, and now they're shot. I won't buy no more of them. I'll buy another brand first. Come on, Carpies. I see y'all still breaking the water. Y'all still breaking the surface. Y'all still out there eating. Y'all, I think my current done died. And I'm not talking about cut back a little bit. I think it done died. I'm sitting out here looking, and what I can see with the water, with the lights up, with the sun coming up, and I'm sitting out here looking, and I know the wind's blowing against the current and causing ripples. But I'm sitting here looking, and there's a stick in the river out past my current break. It's out there kind of far out, and it's not moving. It's just sitting in one spot. It's like they shut off my current, which I hope not. Because that means if they cut off my current, then this could quickly become a dead pool, and I start getting a thermocline in it from the heat. Because until you get out, unless you cast out about 30 yards, 35 yards, it's only 10, 15 foot deep here. You get out about maybe 40 yards, 50 yards, and it drops down to like 25 foot, and that's the deepest part of it, I think. I had a guy out here last year on a boat that told me the deepest spot he found out here was right in this area was 25, 30 foot. That's why this spot's not great during the winter, because there's not deep enough spots to hold them big fish, because they like them deep holes. But at the same time, this is the Ohio River. Average is 24 foot. The average is 24 foot. Now we do have some spots that are a lot deeper. According to the map I read online, we have one spot in the Ohio River. The deepest spot is supposed to be, I think, 90 foot. And it is 217. What's going on? Sorry I missed you. The deepest spot that we have in the river supposed to be like 90 foot, and I can't pinpoint it on a map. I've been trying to. I've tried to use Navionics. I've tried to use everything, and is nothing's doing nothing like it's supposed to. It's not showing out where it's at. It says it's right by Louisville, Kentucky. Well, I'm right here by Louisville, Kentucky, and it shows my direction, but I can't find that 90-foot spot. Because trust me, if I could find it, I'd be fishing it. And this has kind of got me nerve-wracked, y'all. Kind of got me nerve-wracked. I kind of want to cast out real far out and see if this current's doing what I think it's doing. Because if it's doing what I'm thinking it's doing, that's not a good sign. Our current always flows this way. Always. It has to. There's a dam down here that pushes it this way. It always goes this way. But I'm looking out here, and I swear to you, it looks like the current's going this way. And I hope it did not change current. It would not surprise me any after the crazy night we had last night. But I wouldn't know what would cause it to change directions. Would not know what would cause it to change directions. I've never seen current change directions in the river. Usually when it does, it's not good. But like I said, we did have that weird, severely weird night. Now, I might post a video later on, y'all. If I've got enough footage on there that shows enough of that crazy stuff that was going on. I'm not just talking about the carp jumping. I'm talking the loud bang. Oh, something's tapping on my purple rod. Here we go, y'all. I'm gonna get one. Oh, he let off of it. I thought we was gonna get one, y'all. It might be weeds. I gotta see something floating down the water. Thought we was gonna get one. Yeah, there's something, leaves or something floating down. But yeah, we had that loud explosion. Now it's gonna hit my orange line. Really? That ain't leaves. That green rod just got tapped again. And that wasn't leaves because the leaves are way down there. Maybe it'll take it over. Maybe the catfish are swimming in, y'all. They could have closed the dam up, Sunfish, but here's my thing. Last night, my wife called me. I don't know if you was in here where I was talking about it earlier or not. Last night, my wife called me. I live 4 blocks behind me. If I turn around and walk, it's 4 blocks. Okay? Straight back. She called me last night right after I got out of here, and she said, "You fishing yet?" I'm like, "Yeah." She said, "Did you hear that loud boom?" I was like, "Yeah, it shook the ground." And it sounded like it come from the water. No exaggeration. Less than 20 minutes later, out of nowhere, you see how calm this water is right now. This big 4-foot wave come, and it wasn't just one, it was a bunch of them, come rushing this direction. I literally had to grab my camera, and you see how far away, I'm at least 10 foot away from the water. I had to grab my camera and all and run backwards with it because it come up that high. You could see it just coming across, and there was no boats around because I know barges cause wake all the time. There was no barges, no boats, no nothing, just like it is right now. This wave come out of the middle of the water from nowhere and just shook. And as it was coming, it shook the ground. It was the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. I literally ran halfway up the hill. I ran up at least a good 30 feet, 40, a good 30, 40 yards up the hill. Not even playing. I don't know what that was. But those leaves going by that way tells me current didn't stop. It just slowed down to almost nothing. But the good thing about it is I'm now getting fish jump again. So maybe, just maybe, uh, the carp are going to get active again, or the catfish are moving in. I don't know. Either way it goes, I'm about to end the stream and get ready to call it a night here in a little bit. What time is it? And we'll go for another 10 minutes. I got 5 people in here, and Ernie just came in. Give Ernie some entertainment while he's drinking his coffee for the morning. Yeah, I don't know. This was the craziest night I've ever experienced down here. And I experienced some crazy nights down here. I promise you I have. But I tell you what, tonight was the craziest of them all. I've never experienced anything like that. And I've been fishing in this spot for 2 years. I've probably fished in this area over 100 times, 200 times. And I can promise you right now, there's always something crazy going on down here. And what makes it worse is I'm always down here by myself. And that's what makes it worse. I'm not even gonna lie. I've been shot 3 times, stabbed, well, twice. I had one through my hand and one in my stomach. Been stabbed twice, shot 3 times. Never been scared of a thing in my life except for heights. And I can promise you, there's nights I come down here that I want to go back home. It is seriously that crazy. I want to go back home. When you start having coyotes and stuff like that walk up on you, and uh, mountain lions walk up on you out of the blue, when it's pitch black, you can't see 2 foot in front of you, and you hear them back there growling and hissing and stuff, and you can't do nothing about it, you're like, yeah, it's time to go. And then when when you're sitting out here fishing, and you have stuff like that last night, where this wave just come out of nowhere and just crashes the bank. I mean, you can still see where it's wet all the way up here where I'm at right now, and it's 10 foot up on the bank. 12 foot up on the bank, and it's still wet. Yeah, I don't understand it, man. I know my first night I come down here, my first night ever fishing down here, scared the bejesus out of me. And what I mean by that is I come down here and I'm Native American, and this is Native American crossing area. They've even got plaques for it and everything else. And I come down here, and as being me being native, oh, I have one too. I got my pistol right here next to me. Um, I don't know if it's big enough for some of the stuff I've had to come down here, but I've always, I'm Native American, so when I come down in any place where my native ancestors was at, I try to, appease them and tell them, make my offerings or whatever. Well, I come down here one night, no exaggeration. I wish everybody could have seen that. It was before I started doing YouTube. My first night coming down here was not any wind anywhere, none whatsoever. I mean, you look at on the map, it says on the radar, 0 wind. These woods behind me, the wind started gushing so hard that these 30-foot trees was leaning over like this, almost touching the water. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Stuff like that. Stuff like that. But yeah, I was up here and the wind started blowing, and I mean, it come down so bad that I mean, I literally was getting ready to leave. I was down here less than 30 minutes and told myself, I'm packing up, I'm going home. Something does not want me down here. Well, then I sit there and I asked you know, out loudly like this, I'm talking to y'all, ask my native ancestors. I'm like, did I offend you? Are you upset that I'm down here? Give me a sign if I should leave. About that time, one of my rods said, because at the time I was using the bait click, and it started running and ripping line. I'm like, okay, I take it as a sign of no, I don't need to leave. I'm like, well, do what I need to do. So I took my phone and I started listening to old native music. No exaggeration. As soon as I laid it down, playing the old Native American music and let it play, all the wind stopped, and my rods went crazy, one after another, one after another. I had I was using bait clicks that night, and I had 26 runs in less than 4 hours. 26 runs, and I'm not talking little. I'm talking gone with it. I'm like, that is insanity. And I kept on hooking into stuff and breaking off and couldn't figure out what it was. Well, then I found out that I was fishing down in my flathead hole. That's when I found out a couple weeks later that a guy come down and he's parked his boat up there, beached it up on the beach to walk up to the restaurant behind me, and he had his radar going when he pulled up, and he's like, "Man, there's a bunch of big fish out here." He said, "But you gotta be careful out here. Ain't nothing but trees and logs over here." I'm like, "Yeah, I guarantee it." He goes, "No, it's like whole trees." I'm like, "Yeah, no, they're tumped over from the side of the bank like they are down there. You see them all in the water right down that way. All those trees are the full-size trees that's been dropped over into the water." Well, my flathead hole, these big 30, 40 foot, whatever kind of trees they are, these big monsters, there's 5 or 6 of them that's came down over the last couple of years. And because the sand washes them out, and when it washes them out, they just fall forward. The roots are still in the ground, so they don't go nowhere. The roots are still in the ground. Then all they die off, and then all the trying to flip my earpiece and change up the size real quick, y'all. But yeah, they switch all that stuff. Yeah, the heck. Oh, there we go. I'm not used to wearing one of these anymore. But yeah, they all the leaves and stuff came off of them, and all the branches and stuff are still there. And I tell you what, if you can get a bait in there when the flatheads are actually active, you better hold on to your rod. 3 or 4 weeks ago, when I come up here to do Jody's Flathead Challenge before the flatheads went on spawn, because they're on spawn here, I guarantee it. They go on right after the blues do, and the blues are just now coming off. So I had my big rod down on the end, casted right in that hole, and something smashed it like 6 times. I'm talking, when it hit it, it just hit it with so much authority, it just almost bent it completely in half. Just like bam, then let it back up. Just, I'm like, yeah, something big over there. But I never hooked up to it. I think I'm gonna give it 5 more minutes. I'm gonna go ahead and end this live, y'all. I'm gonna get in one more nicotine stick and see if we get another bite, because I'm still seeing them carp out here coming up to the surface. They're not jumping out like they were last night, but they're still coming up to the surface. I got both these rods out here the same depth I had them, same distance out that I had them last night when we was getting hits off of them. So see what happens. Give it another 5 minutes. If not, I'm gonna go ahead and call it and pack up. I got enough light now to see to pack up before it gets too hot, because I know it's gonna get a scorcher. It's been in the 90s for the last 3 weeks. 90s and hundreds for the last 3 weeks. With very little rain. I have to water my garden nightly. And I still got plants dying off left and right. Some looked like it bounced that purple rod a little bit, just bounced it, didn't actually hit it. So, seen a bunch of bait fish come up to the edge of the water now too, so they might be running into my line. That wouldn't surprise me either. Man, there's something out there messing with that purple, that first rod right here, y'all. No, I can't call them by color no more, but this first rod out here, there's something messing with it, y'all. Sitting there watching the line go tight and loose and tight. I put this in my other ear because the other ear was itching from wearing it so long. Since I put it in this one, it starts itching. I guess I need to start using my wireless mic. I got a wireless mic that plugs into my phone that clips to my shirt and clips to my belt to where I can walk away. It's supposed to work up to 30 yards. And I can use it to record with. I can't, for some reason my headset won't let me record volume. If I'm using it on to record video, it won't let me record video with my earpiece in. Don't use the mic on it for some reason, which is bogus because I'd like to be able to get my good quality of sound when I'm out here actually getting video. Yeah, I can promise y'all right now I won't be down here much longer because I just looked in my pack and I got like maybe 6 cancer sticks left, so I won't be down here too much longer. The sun's coming up. I kind of wish it would come up. Well, I don't want it to come up any faster than what it is, but I kind of hope it's up pretty bright when I go to walk out of here because I'm old and my eyesight ain't that great, and I lost about 7 or 8 rigs on this tree down here that is now out of the water. I found one of my hooks last night, but I did not find my sinkers or my other stuff. So I know if it's sunk in the sand, it ain't gonna go nowhere. It, so 2 of them I know for a fact was less than 6 foot from the bank when they snapped off, and there was 0 current, and I watched the sinker sink, so I know it didn't go nowhere. Another one I had a Santee rig with rattles on it get caught in this other tree that's up even further, and it was already on the base of the roots of it because the water was up so high and it was tangled in the roots. And I sit there and watched it when I snapped it off. I know it's sitting there, I just can't see it. I couldn't earlier because it was too dark. Yeah, them carps are starting to roll again, y'all. I was kind of hoping they'd go away. Kind of hoping the sun coming up, when they quit biting, I was hoping the catfish would start coming in here. But yeah, they're still jumping out of the water, or they're starting to jump out again. I don't understand them, y'all. I'm not a carp fisherman. I've been catfishing for 35 years. I've never been into carp. Oh, something smacking that first rod, y'all. Something was smacking that first rod. Maybe we'll get lucky and this will be a two fish live. He didn't he didn't hit it real hard, but he gave it a little pull. Vibrated a little bit. Oh well, y'all. I was hoping we were gonna have a two fish live, but he didn't commit to it. Dot, how's it going? No more fish other than that first carp we caught. We just had a little nibble on this one. I'm getting ready to end the live. I was hoping on getting at least two fish. I can't believe I missed them other two. Oh my lord. Let's see here. You know what, y'all? Let's stay on here for another. Well, I'm gonna stay on here for another 6 minutes. That way I'll have an even 5 hour live. I'm literally 6 minutes away from 5 hours. So I'll go ahead and stay in here for another 6 minutes. Matter of fact, you know what? Since they ain't biting like they were, I'm gonna move these baits around a little bit. Cause we got a little nibble on this one a minute ago. I'm gonna move it, check it out. I think I'm gonna put a bigger piece of bait on this orange rod. Oh, something's smacking it now. Uh, I'll leave it alone for a second. I might pull this orange rod in since it ain't got tapped or nothing. I might pull it in, put a bigger piece on it, and cast it out a little bit further, see if any cats are moving in. I doubt we'll get one in 6 minutes, but hey, or 5 minutes now, but you never know. You know what? I got a big juicy head right here. I got a big juicy head right here. That looks like it's the perfect size for that 9 I got on this orange rod. Hey, something done got that off there anyway. Didn't get a nibble, but you know what? I got that bait off there. I got a nibble, I didn't see it. Come on, go through there. Go through the head, not my foot, my fingers. Dang. It tried to get my finger instead. I ain't gonna throw it out real far. Just throw it out about 30, 40 yards. Go back out there, y'all. See what happens. See what happens. And earlier when them carp was actually hitting, it didn't take long. I cast it out. 2 minutes later, I had a bite. So crazier things have happened, y'all. Thomas, how's it going? Oh, that'd be awesome, Ernie. I hope you do. Hold on a second, y'all. I gotta go get plastic flying down the bank. Normally I'll pick up my trash and anybody else's trash that comes through here, but there's so much trash washed up on the bank right now. I'd be here for 6 days trying to pick up all this rest of this trash. I'll pick up a little bit of it and pick up all mine. And then when I come back down here Sunday, I'll pick up some more, I guess. That's about all I can do, I guess. Yeah, I can't believe how light those fish are, those carp. I mean, when I put him in the net, he almost didn't fit in that net. He looked like he'd be 50 pounds. But no, 18 pounds. Still one of my biggest carp. It is my biggest YouTube carp for sure. Oh, I know it, Ernie. Well, this is from the river going down. You know how bad this, how nasty this river is. How much trash they leave in it all the dang time. The river went down, and when it went down, all this trash was left behind. And I'll slowly pick it all up, but it's just going to take me months. It will take me months to pick it all up, for sure. You have clouds coming up over there. Those don't look too pretty. Those look like rain clouds to me. But we only got a 7% chance of rain. But it is further down, so it might not come nowhere near me. Yeah, it brings trash from everywhere, Ernie. It is a nightmare. I'm so tired of all the trash in this water. That's why I try to pick up all mine. The only trash I ever left up here is not really trash. Now, like when the water's down like it is right now, and I know it's going to stay down. Yeah, basically, it's about the weather. Um, but yeah, normally when the water's down like this, because y'all can see where this tree right here is behind me, how far away from the bank it is. The tree that I fish next to down here on my fishing spot that I normally fish at has a tree with the roots hanging out like that, where all the roots are exposed. And I'll bring down two of my rod holders, my little sand spike rod holders, and I'll stick them up in the tree roots. And then some of these metal rods I've got right here that I use for my light, I'll stick them inside there. And the reason why I do that is because that stuff weighs so much to carry it down here, it's less I've got to carry. And so far, out of the last couple of years I've done it, nobody's ever messed with it. So I just got to get down here a couple months before, about a month before the water comes up. So usually around November, the water will just start to rise in November. and I'll come down here and I'll grab all my rod holders. I'll grab my poles, my little metal light poles that I use. I'll grab all of it, pack it in my bag, and take it home. Now, somewhere floating down this river is a half a log, a half a tree, y'all, that's got rod holders mounted to it. I can promise you that. Because I had the tree that I'm only casting over down here. 15-inch tire. That'd be fun to pull in. I bet you that was a pain. But yeah, my little spot down here, my little tree, I had a full tree that was laying down. The roots are still in the ground. And every time I'd come out here and the water's up, I'd have to fish around that tree. And I always joke around about coming down and cutting about a 4-foot section off of it. But I got little pieces of PVC about this big bolted to it for rod holders because it never moves. It's been down here for 3 years, so I'm going to leave it down here, you know. And I bought my rod holders to it, so now all I got to do is put my rods in there and I don't have to bring rod holders. Saved me a whole bunch of weight I don't have to carry. And yeah, I come down here and I just noticed earlier, I was talking to my brother, I'm like, about 4 of my rod holders are gone, and about a 4 or 5 foot section of that tree gone. So now I ain't got to worry about cutting it because it done broke loose. But I also lost 4 rod holders. Hey, it is what it is. They'll probably wash up on the bank somewhere down here, if they ain't up in the woods from where it flooded so bad. But at least I know now if I have another tournament or something like that, and I come down here and the water's flooded up like it was, then all I got to do is come to my spot and I can still fish it. And now I've got more clearance to pull the fish through. Oh, something just smacked that orange rod, y'all. And that's out there a little further with a bluegill head on. So, don't know what that would be. It don't matter anyway. I'm about to roll them in. I'm about to roll them in and call it quits for the day. They ain't hitting enough to do anything, and we already went 10 minutes, 20 minutes past what I said I was going to stay live. So, well, we went 5 minutes past the last time I said it. But if they ain't going to hit any harder than that, then I'm wasting my dang time. I mean, if it was a non-stop bite, I'd stay out here the next couple hours. I still got probably another 2 hours before it gets hot. Yeah, they might start biting. They might start biting. That's for sure. See, that was my thought, Thomas. My thought is that as soon as the sun's to come up, the carp was hitting me crazy. I caught that 18-pound carp 10 foot off the bank, and I got him in. I cast it right back out in the same spot. Less than 5 minutes later, that rod bent in half again, and I missed him because I had my back turned. Missed him, cast it back out there with a fresh piece of bait. Less than 5 minutes later, he bent that rod over again, and I was breaking up my other rod, so I missed it. I'm like, well, there's 3 bites back to back. Then they just stopped biting. Sun started peeking up, and they stopped biting. Yeah, I think they're starting to spawn, Thomas. I think that's what's happening. They're moving in for the spawn. Yeah, that was the biggest carp I've ever caught. Uncle Lou, how's it going? That's the biggest carp I ever caught. And I wasn't going to keep track of my carp. I wasn't going to. I keep track of all the fish I catch, including sunfish. And I want to see how many I catch this year out of all my fish. And only thing I was ever going to put for the carp was just carp. But normally I just catch 2 or 3 pound carp. So I wasn't going to put a weight by them. Now I have to. Because I know it's a new PB for me. I know that for a fact. It's a new PB carp. Because I started all my stuff over from YouTube. But I personally, if I remember correctly, I don't ever remember catching a carp that big, ever. So that's a lifetime PB right there for me. The bad thing about it is there was fish out here 4 times bigger jumping all night. If my health wasn't so shot and I wasn't so, um, how would you put it? What's the words I'm looking for? My health wasn't so shot and everything else, I would probably go home here in a few hours, about an hour, like I'm going to, put all my stuff on charge, and I would attempt it again tonight. But I think it's going to rain for one, and two, I don't think my health will let me come down here 2 days in a row. But if they're in here moving around like that and biting on stuff, I mean, I've got so much bait for carp at the house that I can make up that it would be unreal. If I can come down here and catch carp like that, uh, grab me 3 different rods that's got carp that I can set up for carp and just come down here and nail them while I can, you know. Maybe put on another PB, break a 40 or 50 in. Because I tell you what, no exaggeration, last night, I'm going to go back and listen to that live to see how much y'all could really hear off of it. But last night they was jumping out of the water and doing some crazy acrobatic stuff, and I can promise you right now, some of them fish that was moving out of that water was as big as me. Easily as big as me. And they wasn't maybe 10, 20 foot out in front of me. So there's a good possibility that I could have caught a 40 or 50 pounder and up my carp game by a lot. But yeah, I was hoping that since the carps can't talk. I was hoping since the carp stopped biting because the sun come up, I was hoping the catfish would move in. But that don't seem to be the case. We got that small smack on the orange rod, nothing else. I wonder if my sunfish is still alive, y'all. If so, he's a resilient booger, I promise you. I'm probably have to pull him off the hook and let him go. Probably have to let him go. Because he got smashed earlier. I mean, smashed. And I pulled it in, uh, and he had slime all over him, and it was slime all over the line, so I know something big had him in his mouth. But I didn't hook up on him. And I pull him in, I'm like, well, he's still moving a little bit, and I put him back in the water. A few minutes later, he started trying to swim off slowly. I'm like, yeah, he's still alive. Cast him back out there. He's only alive when I had left. So figured if he's only alive when I got left, then yeah. Go ahead and leave him out there, let him swim. Maybe one of these flatties will swim through here. But that ain't been the case. I got a gark. I need to get me some caffeine, y'all. Got a barge coming through now. Yeah, me too, Thomas. It's just the hard part about it is getting it down wherever you're going fishing. I mean, like with me, I have to walk at 6 blocks, and it's almost impossible to carry live bait down here. Today I put it in, I didn't have an aerator or nothing else because I've got a portable aerator that hooks up to batteries, but it's so old that the prongs are rusted out of it. So I just put the fish in the coffee can today, put them in the bottom of my basket, and I'm in my cart and rolled them on down here. So well, 2 of them lived, but they was just barely alive. And I put one of them on the hook immediately and stuck him in the water while I was working with the rest of them. So now I was trying to find a way to keep them alive while I was down here, which there was no way to do it. I tried to put them in my net and put them in the water where they'd stay alive, but they couldn't swim off, and that didn't work. So Alright, let's just let this barge go through and see if he transpires anything. If not, I'm gonna call it, y'all. 1, 2, 3. He's three wide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 deep. Yeah, it's a big old. Got a lot of stuff on that barge, buddy. He's running 3 wide and 4 deep, 5 deep. They've been running like that for the last couple months out here. Yeah, I understand that. If you're gonna go out on a boat or anything, Thomas, you can take you a 5-gallon bucket. You go up to Walmart in their fishing section. They have those little battery-powered aerators. Put you a aerator in that 5-gallon bucket. 2D size batteries. I would suggest you get them from the dollar store. If you get them from the Dollar Tree, you can get them for about $1.25 for 2 of them. And it'll run it for 12 hours. It'll run that little aerator for 12 hours on cheap dollar store batteries. And you can keep all your fish alive. You just keep them covered up where they're not in the sun. Oh, I understand that. I promise you, if I could get live bait down here more, I would. But see, I don't have much luck with live bait. All my flatheads I've caught my whole life have been caught cut bait and other baits. I don't think I've ever, I take it back, I've caught 1 flathead on live bait my whole life. That's out of, over 35 years of fishing. I've caught 1 flathead on live bait. But there's times I come down here that I can put a live piece of bait on there, cast it in a certain area, and it gets smashed. I don't usually hook up on them, but they get smashed. So. Oh, I can believe that. Now, I didn't keep that carp I caught earlier. I caught that 18-pound carp. I'm not carrying 18 pounds home. Plus, I don't need that much carp. 8 pound, maybe. 18 pound, no, I don't need it. Carp is the best bait I've found so far for catfish. But if I'm catching big old carp like that, there's no sense in me trying to take them home. Maybe if I didn't have all the extra gear I had with me tonight, I might have been tempted. Just because I know there's 16 billion of them in this water. We heard them all last night splashing. So it wouldn't have been no big deal. Plus, I don't know what kind of carp it was. I honestly don't. I don't know if it was a big head carp or... I don't think it was a common carp. It looked like a common, but I don't think it was a common carp. And if it's big head, I don't think I'm supposed to put it back. Oh yeah. Now see, I wouldn't mind having something like that. But see, my thing is if I'm a freezer carp, I want it solid. I want a full carp, all the parts in it and everything else. That way when I thaw it out, it's like having a whole fish. Then I want to cut it up. But when when I caught a carp last night, this carp was like this. I mean, he was literally huge. He barely fit in my net to get him up on the bank. So there's no way in heck I'm going to carry him home. I got no way to get him home. He wouldn't fit in my basket, that's for sure. Look like a silver carp? Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking it might be a silver carp. I don't know. I don't think we're supposed to release them back in here. I think we're supposed to leave them up to die. But I don't know for sure, so I don't care. I will go home, look at the picture of it again on the live, and then look it up and see what it looks like. And see what the regulations are on there. And if it's a silver carp, then maybe I need to get all my friends together, since they're over here spawning, get all my friends together and let's have a carp fest. Because we don't want all them silver carp in here. Cast out there and see how many of them we can catch. Bring them up, take them for bait. Bring me a big rolling cooler down here or something big enough to hold them in. And load it up. I got a freezer at the house. I got a deep freezer we ain't even using. I'll plug that sucker in and we'll freeze them whole. Well, y'all, I think I'm going to go ahead and end this live, y'all. We went almost 20 minutes over what I was going to. So, I was wanting to see if this barge going through would have transpired some kind of bite. That way we could at least have 2 fish on the live. But it didn't. Now I got that sun coming up full blast behind me over these trees. It's only going to be about another 30-40 minutes before it gets hot. And I definitely ain't gonna be able to walk home in this heat. When it gets that hot, I'll be stuck out here hiding underneath one of these trees until the sun goes down. And I don't want to do that. All right, y'all. Well, I appreciate everybody coming in. Wish I could have got on more fishes for y'all, especially some catfishes. But you know, it's just one of them nights. It is what it is. Like I said, I will be back out here Sunday night with my little brother. It's the first time we got to fish together in 17 years. For the anniversary of my mom passing. She passed on July 3rd. And we come out every year. Well, I come out every year for her because she was a die-hard fisherman. And basically for her memory, we come out and fish every year. This year I get to bring my little brother with me. I haven't seen him in person in 12 years and haven't fished with him in 17. So I just started talking to him again a month or 2 ago. So I'm gonna go pick him up. We're gonna come down here. We're gonna do some fishing Sunday. I don't know if we're gonna go live or not. He wants to go live because he's never got to go live, so he don't know anything about it. He's been in everybody else's lives now, but we might go live for a little bit. Oh man! Hopefully it ain't carp fest like it was tonight. But just in case it is, I'm going to make sure I got enough carp rigs set up. And I'm going to find some kind of good carp bait. Better than cut bluegill. And we'll just start smashing them all night. We're going to catch something. I hope. But I will catch y'all later. Y'all have a good one.